Well, hello. Happy Friday, everybody. I hope you guys are having a great morning, afternoon, wherever you are. And your weekend is going to be something fun. I hope you guys all have good weekend plans or something to disconnect and reset. We have a mess that we're going to talk about right quick. I am working on multiple things at the same time. I am going to go back over the entire filing in Pennsylvania so people can be reminded of that. That will be a separate stream, of course. But I'm going to go back through and read the entire filing because I think people forget what was actually claimed in the filing, especially when you hear plaintiffs talk about it. It doesn't match up to what is actually alleged in the filing. So I think that's important. So we will be doing that hopefully over the weekend. You guys will have me for quite a bit of time. The last week has been a little crazy, but Kyle is back to work now. So that's a little nerve-wracking, but I'm here. We're going to do some content. And then I'm working on moving us in the timeline from the 13th on with that. And as we continue with that, I will be pulling in creators, but more so as the dates go on, like the storylines from the dates kind of in that too. We will still be doing the same type of walkthrough. It'll just be because at the end of March, it starts to explode with the amount of creators. So there's no way we can cover all of the creators that covered this, but it'll be a good walkthrough. Hey, everybody popping in. I'm going to play this intro and we're going to get going. Hey, everybody, give me 1 second. I forgot. Give me 1 second. Got it. Sorry, I forgot to do something I had planned on doing. And I just finished it. Never mind. I decided to boot myself at the same time. It's going to be a Friday. Whoops. I just yeeted myself. Hey, Duchess. Hey, Music City Mom, Janice and County and Steph. We are outside right now. If it gets too noisy out here, I'll go in. But it is beautiful today and it's been chilly. So I'm soaking up as much sunshine as I can. Revival, Thor, Days with Maze, Catherine, Skedaddling, Music City Mom. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, y'all. Welcome to the Cabana. Avi, Shelly, Handmade with Love, Penny for Your Thoughts, Pika, Petunia, Lucia, Michigan Wifey, Coffee Addict, Rondi, Angel, Lucia, Slim, Rainbow. Y'all, what a mess. Hey, Chris. It is an absolute... Hey, Sheila. So, heavy trigger warning. You guys, if you need to bounce on this one, I totally understand. We're going to be reviewing Bullhorn Betty. And I'm going to give you the source of the bullshit that she pulled this morning. Many of you have probably already seen it, but it is egregious. But I want to show you where that started because they are not. Thor, I have not. Let me go look really quick. Is it Kev? Is that Let me see. Oh, no. That's Janine. Thor. That's Janine. That's the one that was the source of the 27.27 miles. That's the crazy lady from Facebook. That's the channel. Supposedly that's not her channel. That just clips everything that she does on Facebook. She's the lady that's been doing the ramblings. That's the lady that was the source of the 27.27 natural burial grounds. David BS. That's Janine. Yeah, and Love in Vegas clips her. Yeah, we've reviewed her ramblings quite a bit. She's yeah, it's absolutely insane what goes on there. I haven't made it back to her, but we've reviewed quite a few things that she was the source of in the past. Hey, Kimberly. Let me make sure I got everybody. Hey, S. Francisco. All right. Hey, Shop. Oh, I hope the baby's doing good. Hey, my pal Sal Vintage Cat's Eye. All right, let's roll. We're just not even going to waste any time. Let me get my stuff going here again, because this shit this morning makes me see red. Truly see red. All right. All this falls under fair use. I cut out some of the front section because she's going at SF. Y'all can have your opinions on SF. I have personal opinions. It is what it is. But Betty and SF go back and forth quite a bit. So I'm cutting most of that out. I want to highlight the rest of this.
Not find those other 23 people. SF, I'm going to say here, I'm not going to say allegedly.
She goes after him for quite a while.
And Stephen with a PH. I literally have screenshots from 2022 and 2023 when he tried to tell me, when I told him he didn't have a license in
see, just so you guys know what I'm cutting out.
Run. This man's disgusting.
Nothing of interest. She's going after SF.
His numbers up from 15 to 23. That further
still going after SF.
To the fact at this point. And he's still too stupid to realize that's what he has become. And now he's actually trying to help. You know, that PI license only has so much protection of him. What he's doing is going outside of his license. And now he's putting himself in legal jeopardy.
I mean, this one should talk about legal jeopardy, but there's that.
But hey, we're the one.
And just so everybody is aware, SF is not even right now a defendant on the lawsuit in Pennsylvania. He has filed motions in that, but he is not a defendant. The only defendants on that filing currently are Granny's Watching and Barbecue Lady. That is factually. So when people are like, oh, these other, no, factually speaking, Granny's Watching and Barbecue are the only defendants in the filing. They have made motions to amend, but nothing has been done with any of it. There's a whole lot going on with that part, which we will do in another segment.
And I just found out, listen to this, I just found out that GW just got another attorney. Apparently she's saying that her attorney stole from her. Okay. At least there's some rumors in the, that I've been hearing. Now, I don't know. I didn't go specifically and look on my own, right?
Anybody tell me where Granny said this? Of course, Betty sources it as the rumor mill. So there's that. I mean, we know Granny got a new attorney. So be it. Like, thank God she got a new attorney. Thank God she got a new attorney, but that's not why she got a new attorney. Like,
right. But
she needed somebody aggressive to handle what she's doing. Okay.
It apparently.
Thank God. Again, I love the new attorney.
According to the docket, she's got a new attorney. But I thought they said this case was gone. If this case is so gone, the civil RICO case is gone.
Granny has never said this case is gone. Not one. Not that I've heard. Not one bit that I've heard. Again, misinforming people.
Then why would she need a new attorney? In my opinion, SF reminds me of someone who will get enough info and evidence from KP, then collect the reward. Oh no, this man ain't collecting jack shit. That may have been his intention at the beginning, but now he's just like always. He's too filled with hate. He's too filled with showing everybody on this side that he's right, but he's not. And you can't scream or write a strongly worded letter your way into the answer. I mean, like. It seems like he thinks that his voice raises supreme. Like, dude, I used to be part of the strongly worded letter campaign as well, right? Back in my days, I've written a lot of strongly worded letters.
You've also raised your hand and sworn on a Bible a lot. I can tell by that little pose right there. You've been in the courtroom a lot more. Yeah, I mean, that's just, look at her. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God? Betty's answer is, yes, of course, but I lie at baseline. So that's my baseline. It's just going to be a bunch of lies. Carry on.
So what? But he wants to post those letters on X because it's not about winning. All it is about drama and attention.
SF isn't even, once again, he's not a defendant. Stick to the facts. Let's go.
He's so narcissistic, he's got to have the attention. He truly, in his sick mind, believes he's better than law enforcement, believes he's better than Dog the Bounty Hunter, believes he's better than Bullhorn Betty.
In his mind, huh? So you now have telepathy, is that what it is? That you can read his mind? So Betty's got insight into SF's stuff. Okay. She's outdone the spirit boxes. She's got telepathy.
I mean, he's that sick. He's that sick. I'm glad the man ain't around me because I'm telling you, I am in fear for my safety. If I ever see SF investigates, I just want to let you know, I am in fear of my personal safety. So if he comes within arm's reach of me, I will defend myself.
I did want to put this in here, and the reason for this is because this is setting up, if SF ends up being in Tennessee at the same time of her next court hearing, I think this is setting up the whole scene to make a scene and attention to be driven that direction. I think this is all in that wheelhouse of working towards.
Just making sure that we understand that. I do not want that man around me. I have made it crystal clear on this platform and every other platform, that guy better stay at least 2 football fields away from me. Because if he comes up to me, I'm going to let you know, SF, I fear for my safety. If I see you in my personal sphere, I'm going to make sure you're out of my personal sphere. So just stay away from me. Good morning, I am Team Summer. Any chance?
She fears for her safety from a person that she's never met in real. I thought that's not how that works. You can't, interesting how that works when it's everybody but Betty.
You will move on from the BS and search for Sebastian again. No one out. You know what? This is it. Elser, I'm done. I'm done. Have a great day. I don't know who you are, but you've been driving me nuts in my chat for days. So it sounds like you're unhappy here. Maybe just move on to another channel. I'm sure there's plenty of hate channels out there that you would like a lot better.
I bet we will remember, like, if he ever ends up being, and I don't know if he is, I don't communicate there, or don't really follow much there, but if he ends up going to one of her court hearings, I can see that there will be a big spectacle made intentionally. I have a feeling.
Sending love and prayer for Sonia. Thank you, nerdy girl. That's really sweet. I appreciate that.
Yep, absolutely.
So that's kind of where we're at this morning. That's why I wanted to.
Well, she better not be carrying any pew-pews now, being out on bond.
Come here and say, you're not going to believe this, because at the
what she's about to say is what you're not going to believe.
End of the day, this guy yet again lied about finding someone. And if this is not receipts, proof in the pudding that those 23 people he's listing, and there is a spot on his. And we were like,
this has nothing to do with Sebastian. Get to it.
Like I said, we've got supporting evidence. There are spots on his when it comes to Tennessee and his license One of the violations is embellishing his resume. That means him telling people he found people that he didn't find. That is a violation of his license. And so I believe he's violating every single license he possesses that is in his possession, custody, and control. But I don't think he's going to really have a license after. I think within 12 months, he's not going to be considered a private investigator. He'll be a public investigator.
They have made it known that they're going after his licensing. I mean, anybody that pushes back, they go as real life as possible. As we all know, nothing's shocking there.
As he's always been. But I think he will be stripped of his private, his PI license. And once it's stripped in one state, I'm pretty sure all the other states will follow suit because of this. I mean, what he's doing is unethical. It's unprofessional. It gives PIs a bad name. And there's people like Jason Jensen and like the PIs that are working for Seth Rogers. You never hear from Seth's PI. You guys wouldn't know if Seth's PI is what age this person is, what color they are, what their ethnicity is, what their religion is, whether they're male or female. Nobody on this platform knows who
Bombs Becca. He's been threatening to sue her for quite some time. Will he ever? I'm not sure.
Seth's PI is. Isn't that funny that we have a private investigator nobody knows about, but we're
Slim, you're going to need him coming up.
Constantly producing leads and information and investigating things. And then you have this Yahoo that has to be in the middle of everything and gets literally everything wrong. He hears a rumor. He thinks it's true. He goes out there and states it.
You can't even read documents that are printed in right in front of your face. So where's the difference there?
He posts a flyer of a missing person.
And you're about to stick your whole foot in your mouth because speaking of running with rumors and non-factual BS, you're about to do that on a big scale.
And they're found
with extremely defamatory information about parents of a missing child. But carry on.
Claims that he found them. That is the MO of this Yahoo, this unscrupulous PI. And we are not done exposing this piece of shit yet. There's more to come. But I can tell you at the end of the day, his own behavior and actions are going to be the death of him, right? So to speak. It's his own self that's going to ruin his own life.
Projection 101 with Bullhorn Betty.
The clock is ticking against him. I think he knows that. I think that's exactly why he's gotten so quiet. So hopefully he starts doing the right thing. But see, I don't think he even understands what a PI is or how a PI is supposed to be conduct their business. And that's why he is not conducting himself appropriately, because he's never had the experience or the mentor that is required, especially for Florida. You have to be mentored for 2 years before you're eligible for a PI license. And we know this knucklehead did not stay at any, because he's smarter than everybody else. So there's no way that this man stayed and had another private investigator vouch for him. I bet you he probably fraudulently, because he's so quick about telling everybody that they signed fraudulently, right? We definitely know got him dead to rights signing documents fraudulently in the in a federal suit against me up there for the copyright complaint board. He filed an action against me in somebody else's name. So he doesn't mind forging people's names. He doesn't mind, and I can attest to this because this experience I personally had with this motherfucker. And I can tell you that he forged documents. He forged signatures in a federal suit committing federal crimes. I know that for a fact. You cannot dispute it. We have receipts.
Then why hasn't he been charged with a federal? I mean, make it make sense, please. All this criminal behavior, yet the only criminal record that's growing is yours. I mean, say it ain't so.
And now we got him accusing somebody else of fraudulently signing somebody's name. No, he did that. And we have him fraudulizing how many people he found. So you know what? I'm going to say that this unscrupulous PI is a fraud. Okay? You see how that works? He's a fraud. he literally exploits the families of the missing.
Again, this is ironic to say the least there, Bets. She woke up and said, today, instead of having positive affirmations in the mirror, I'm going to have self-talk 101 and project it onto somebody else publicly. Welcome to Bullhorn Betty's TED Talk. Projection 101. How to not take accountability for one's own actions and place them in the lap of someone else. You're not good enough. You're not smart enough. And gosh darn it, people really don't like you, Betty.
And everybody seems on here that is so concerned about tragedy pimping, allowing this tragedy pimp to run the streets on X. Well, we're taking that back. We're taking that power and that control back.
Oh, are you now? You're taking the power and control back. Why is the green team all amped up right now? What's going on here? What's upcoming that they're really panicking about?
Because let's face it, he's only got one platform. It's X. This is where we need to be to bring reality and truth and transparency to him. And guess what's happening?
BJ, as in Brittany J. Thor, calling and wasting law enforcement resources. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. Okay.
Right now, there's a whole team of people.
I wonder if she got offered $500 to do that. You remember that? You guys remember when the troll came in here and offered me $500 to call there? I bet she got that same offer and said, sure.
People being in truth and reality and transparency to that man. And their camp over here on X or over there on X is having.
Oh, revival 100%. They're using alts. By the way, you guys probably will see an influx of alts mods. Most of you know that. But just a heads up, because we've pissed in some people's ponds lately and will not be entertaining any more of their fucking games. So don't be shocked because all of them have a bunch of alts that they love to come running around. So just a heads up, you guys know, get rid of it. Whatever you want.
Meltdown because they were hook, line, and sinker with this man. Hook, line, and sinker. So that's my statement. That's what I wanted to tell you. He's wherever I'm sitting, do not listen to this unscrupulous guy for your news on Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. You want your news on Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers? Let me tell you how you get your news on Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers.
Yeah, let's hear this.
Smiley's World, Justin for All, War Damn Eagle, 5D.
5D is being quoted as a credible source and updates on Sebastian. 5D, the delusional person that could have many defamation cases piling up against her. Sometimes you just let him go and let him play out. We see you. It's not working, though. Y'all are scared. Why? What are you so scared of? Why are y'all amping up with all these weird rumors?
Hong, At Night, Seth.
Hey, Lady K.
Who else do we got? We've got Julie. We've got Mr. and Mrs. E. We got Josh the Lab. We got Brittany J. We got Granny. We got
Thank you for identifying all of the shit people that we review over here. Granny is not Granny's Watching. It's that other channel that I've reviewed. The weird channel, that one. Yeah, I'm going to look at her community post. Oh, here it is. Hold on. Here's her community post. Ooh, Sharon the racist. That's embarrassing. Say it ain't so. I mean, when you share out racist and then say, oh, never mind. Let me leave that alone. Detective Brandon Carter confirmed Sebastian's case is 100% a criminal investigation. When Carter was asked if law enforcement had instructed Chris Proudfoot not to divulge to the public the information regarding the dates that Proudfoot was home in February, Carter stated that Ellie cannot tell anyone what they can and cannot say to the public. How many times the CP stated he was instructed by Ellie not to speak on things? Carter also asked one question that I can't get off my mind. He said he can't discuss details due to the integrity of the investigation, then proceeded to ask one simple question. In this situation, what do you think makes the most sense? I will be live later to discuss this and much more. What are your thoughts? That you guys got another memo and all decided to run with it? Okay, carry on. That until law enforcement comes out and speaks on their own behalf, that I don't really care.
We got a lot. We got a lot. You want your information about Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers? Hit up people that have information about Sebastian Mob Crew. Thank you. About Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. You know what you don't do? Gypsy, our friend Gypsy here in the chat, she's got her own channel. We got a lot of people here that are trying to advocate for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers in every
This is called advocation, huh? Interesting that term's being used.
capacity that they can possibly do. Some are large channels, some are not so large channels. It doesn't matter. It's a working progress where we come together and try to advocate for Sebastian. All they're trying to do is shield the mom and stepfather from truth and transparency.
I 100% believe that that was a memo that they all ran with. Who knows who actually called, but yeah, they've all been instructed to say the same shit.
That does not go with the true crime community, because the true crime community is about truth and transparency.
Oh, or what they call true crime is creating a scenario and running with it, even though we don't have any evidence to back up their claims. Okay. They are a true crime. They're a bunch of criminals that, well, one's out on a $20,000 bond, so there's that.
The felon community is about the cover-up. So you're either on the
the felon community,
felon hit squad, or you're on Team Sebastian, i.e. the green team.
Oh, so you have to be on either the felon hit squad, or you have to be on the green team who thinks it's appropriate to get a missing child's name that they don't know tattooed on them. Okay. How about no, neither side? How about we are waiting to find out from law enforcement what has happened to Sebastian and hoping that Sebastian is found. And we don't think that what you guys do to parents of missing children in any capacity is okay. How about dignity for a missing child and truth and transparency from law enforcement, and that people are innocent until proven guilty in a court of law? I mean, which cult? Yeah, exactly. Which cult do you want to be a part of? Which cult? Which leader would you like? Fucking weird shit. Weird, high-powered control fucking shit. But this is how it is. In previous cases, you can find this exact same thing. You either have to pick. You're either pro Dawn and Candace Wells or you're against. There's no in between. You can't be waiting for the facts. You have to be one or the other. Every single case that these people touch is the same way.
When it comes to this, do we want the teams? No, but we want to make sure that we have nothing to do with those felons.
Let's be honest. The only way that they have a team, the only way that they have a case that continues to be exploited is by creating teams. The only way that they can continue to make money and exploit this specific case is by having teams, because then the playbook continues. Then it becomes going from, they have more content, because then they can inlay attacking creator to creator under the guise of Sebastian's case. That is part of the playbook.
You see what I'm saying? We have choices here, and people very well may criticize our choices. But at the end of the day, we have choices. We have choices to associate ourselves with people that are evil and disgusting.
It's high power control. It's how they manipulate their subs. I'm serious. That's exactly what this is. You either have to be on one side or the other. It's cult versus cult. It's a cult mentality. They have to run that whole situation to continue to exploit. It's the only way they will carry an audience through.
Or segregate ourselves from that chaos and bullshit. And we've chose to segregate ourselves, label ourselves Sebastian's Army, i.e. the Green Team, and we are going to absolutely fight for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Felons only help felons. Sebastian's not a felon, right? He doesn't need their kind of support. He needs.
So the educated people who want nothing to do with side to side And I'm not just saying like educated academically. I'm saying like people, free thinkers, the free thinkers, we just get to exist in the ether.
Needs to be found.
Thank God.
Not have information covered up. So that's the difference. That's why there's teams. You either have the cover up team or the find team. We want to find Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. We want to find Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers and bring him home.
Yes, I will be covering Julie coming up.
We want to find Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, bring him home, and bring him home safely. We want to find Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, bring him home safely, and return him to his father. That's what we want. So you're either on board with that mission or you're not.
PD, in this case, I genuinely don't know because I don't have any indication of what happened to Sebastian. So do I think law enforcement is getting bogged down with a lot of things unnecessary off social media? And maybe without that, they would be able to direct the proper resources, possibly. But outside of that, I have no indication. I couldn't tell you.
Oh, okay. So the clarifications, the green teams are Brittany J's.
Oh, so somebody just sent her a message to make sure she got this right.
Subscribers. Sebastian's Army, Seth. We are Sebastian's Army. We back Seth because that's the group he got. And I
specifically told to separate BJ's green team from Seth's army. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting?
I gotta tell you, I think I'm a general. I got a tat. I got a tattoo. I put the scarlet letter on all by myself. I am part of the team. My green light stays on all day.
Referring to her tattoo that she got with Sebastian's name on it, on her as the scarlet letter. She just referred to Sebastian's name being tattooed on her as the scarlet letter. This is a 16-year-old missing minor that she's never met, but now she has referenced his name tattooed on her body, which he got no say in whatsoever. It's completely cringe and disgusting, to say the least, as the scarlet letter. That is bothersome. That is fucking bothersome.
Good night. Aw, I bet it does. Sebastian's father, good to see you. The YouTuber says, yes, the interview room to session. You know what? Listen to this.
Yeah.
What was I thinking about? You know what? I think we should talk to the deception detective, because everybody.
I think that you should have probably not done any of this, but go ahead.
He always criticizes Nina Gomez. And I trust Nina. I don't trust her. I don't know her, but I believe her. I shouldn't. Trust is the wrong word to use. I meant to say I believe her. I believe her story. I don't know her. I've never had a conversation, so I can't trust her, right? Because I don't know who she is. But I do believe her story. I believe her story as mostly true. You know, it's been years. I expect there will be some haziness, some cloudiness with some things. So I take that into consideration. Do I think mostly true because I feel like she was intentionally deceptive? No, it's because I believe she was, unawarely, when time goes on, it does happen. Oh, thank you, Kim. Kim just gifted a Bullhorn Betty membership. If you received your Bullhorn.
Isn't it interesting that Betty is even saying that Nina's story isn't 100% factual, but carry on.
Betty membership. Don't forget to say thank you. And then I got, what's this? I got another one. I didn't see it. Did I miss one? Hold on a second. Let me see what I missed. Oh, I did. Aletha says BHB gas spoken 100%. We got has spoken gas. So she gave me another one to say has. Oh, thank you, Aletha.
Teresa, thanks for being a member for 6 months. You were so appreciated. Thank you.
Jackie says, good job. Thank you, guys. I missed it. I'm so sorry. I missed that. You guys have to forgive me. I'm leaving my Christmas
revival. As long as we can say that Betty lies about 98.7% of the time. As long as that's being reasonable, I'm good with the rest. 100%.
Christmas tree up too. Sebastian has some presents to unwrap when he comes home. Aww. Aww. Thank you. Do we have some? Let me just change this. Did I not change my? I think it's pretty. I think it's just an evil. I think people are just evil in part. Like somebody coming in here with a missing.
Andrew, your mom, or shut your camera off. Or shut your camera off. If you don't want to be presentable, you guys know, like today's like my hair's in a ponytail on the back of my head. I'm in a sweatshirt and sweatpants. I don't want to be on camera, but yeah, I mean this is professional, Betty. Don't forget.
Boy's name. Like, I really hope, I just want to say whoever did that, just from me to you, today, I hope when everything goes wrong for you, you remember karma. And trust me, I'm going to pray that you hear God's wrath. I'm pretty sure everybody in this chat would, because I think anybody that's playing those heartless games.
Lisa, that's my problem. Yeah. The Scarlet. Yeah, that's a huge thing, as she
deserve to have a really crappy day. Really crappy. Like so crappy that you cry crappy. So I wish that for you, whoever just came in here with that boy's name. I pray for you. And people are like, oh, you can't pray for bad. I can pray for whatever I want.
Oh, it sure does, Cash.
This is my God. Okay? But I pray God gives you everything you deserve today. Just remember, when shit goes downhill.
Remember, this again, when anybody gets mad at me for saying this is my problem with religion, it's people like Betty that give religion and Christians a bad name, because this is the most ridiculous BS that she's about to say, and then end it with, I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian.
Remember, you did that to
Christian
yourself.
nationalist.
And nobody's going to know, but you will, right? I won't know. People in our audience won't know, but you'll know. And you'll remember that it came right from Bullhorn Betty. So enjoy your shitty day. Enjoy your shitty day. Again, felons helping felons. That is the situation that we are in. Oh, look at that. I forgot to change it. Here, let me fix all these trolls. We got trolls at 6 o'clock in the morning. Put the crack pipe down and go to bed, please. By all means, put the crack pipe down and go to bed.
So if you disagree with her, you're on crack. You have a crack pipe and you need to go. Gotcha. Okay. All right.
You've been up way too long.
Okay.
So that's where we're at, guys. We'll be back later today with some more breakdown. I'm interested. Oh, yeah, this is what I want.
No, from my understanding, she's not a felon, but that could change. And I don't know.
Wanted to say is the deception detective. The deception detective. I'd like to see, because a lot of people seem to, not a lot of people. We believe them. I think anybody that has a heart, that has been through an abusive situation, has been through a bad divorce or anything like that, I truly believe that they identified a lot with Nina's story.
Of course, that's the point. It's the emotional manipulation piece of it. Her story could absolutely be true, but it was absolutely used at an opportunistic time. Again, none of us were there. It's not our business to dissect. And how did it help with Sebastian's case? It didn't. It was emotional fodder to manipulate the public optics over. That's it. Sorry. It is what it is.
I think they identified a lot with Nina's story. And so a lot of people
please,
are, on this hit squad, hired by mom and stepdad, are going to try to just
hired by mom and stepdad on this hit squad. I hope she's got backing for that.
Credit Nina. I would like to see, Deception Detective has been asking, his audience, should we talk about Sebastian's case? Should we not? I really think that the Nina interview, I'd like to see whether he feels that her interview is deceptive or not, I think.
So why do we care about what he thinks? Because he's an anonymous random person that claims that he is an attorney of sorts. We have no idea. Like I said before, he could be a patent law attorney that has nothing to do with anything truly besides patents. I mean, we have no idea what type of attorney he is, if he is actually even an expert in statement analysis. We have no indication that this guy is legit. So why are we believing anything he says? Why aren't we waiting for actual law enforcement? Oh, wait, we got to discredit real law enforcement and bolster up unknown experts on social media. Gotcha. That fits the playbook.
Think him or the behavior panel or somebody like Peter. I think Peter Hyatt may have gone over some aspects of Nina's interview. I'm unsure. But what I would like to see is maybe Deception Detective or somebody like that to review this interview. I know it's we have the interviews from the mom and the step, but she holds a lot of keys. She holds his behavior to another stepchild. And if he can abuse a child that is that young, and her son was, how old was her son? 3? Because I think at the time,
Zero, I just looked at your comment above. You read my community post. I couldn't help but give you guys that laugh this Friday. How to end a conversation. I'm sure it will work.
I think at the time her daughter was 7, something like that. Yeah, I thought he did one in Nina's videos. Yeah, but I would like to see if the Deception Detective, how he feels, seeing her talking about this, seeing her expressing her emotions. Like, even when she said stuff like, it's almost like time stood still. That reminds me of shock, something, because when you have your child, I can't imagine, Diane says, I wonder if Craddock cleared Green Hoodie on December 13th or when she passed November 18th, allegedly. Interesting. But
trigger warning ahead. Okay, so once again, for those that are just catching up or have missed anything, the Green team is claiming, Much Endeavor, thanks for being a member for 8 months. The Green team is claiming that the Green Hoodie person is a relative of Chris Proudfoot's. That is not confirmed. The Green Hoodie that law enforcement interviewed and released a press statement about on December 13th, that they spoke to this person, interviewed this person, questioning. Today, detectives interviewed the person in question regarding their presence on the night of February 25th. We can confirm, after a thorough discussion with this individual, there is no evidence linking them to Sebastian's disappearance. So that isn't enough. That's the statement on December 13th. That's not enough. They couldn't trust law enforcement, believe law enforcement. Now it's a relative of Chris that was passed away in November, of course. An intelligence agency that runs on riddles and Twitter, taunting parents of missing children, absolutely got more information, credible information than law enforcement, right? Yeah, sure.
Everybody's assuming, like, I didn't hear. This is what I heard from Hong. He said the neighbor of the Proudfoots was the Green Hoodie lady, and she passed away in November. And then all of a sudden, it kind of snowballed into being Chris's stepsister.
See, at first it was a neighbor, and then it turned into being a stepsister, of course. When it doesn't fit the first time and people can put holes in it, then they just tweak the story again.
Which, what didn't I hear once upon a time rumors that Chris essayed or R'd his stepsister, and she looked in pretty poor shape. Was it her? Was it this one?
So you heard that allegation right there that she just tried to bring up again? That allegation was made against Chris Proudfoot by Sweetie Pilo in April. And I'm going to go show you that. I am going to take you back to April and show you the source of where this came from. Because this video has now been deleted. But it's really ironic to me, not really, that this is being run through the rumor mill again. All of these recycled rumors are being regurgitated and brought to the surface again. And ultimately, the source of this rumor was Seth Rogers. In this segment, of course, it's my video that we're using because the original was deleted off Sweetie Pilo's because it's got huge accusations. You are also going to hear the source across the street actually speak about camera footage. I'm going to let this play just for a reminder, and then we're going to go back. Here you go. This is my video, just so everybody sees, from April 10th, 2024. This isn't a first time. This was intentional of why Betty brought this up today. You're going to get a double dose of nonsense reviewing nonsense again. Sorry, it gets a little confusing.
All right, so you guys can see these look perfectly spaced. I don't want to jump to conclusions, but I'm so glad Smiley Stories brought those up.
And isn't it funny that the confirmed source of the scratches on the arms that are barely noticeable in any of these interviews that they went and enhanced was Smiley? Isn't that ironic? They sure didn't look like that in the news interviews or the hands video. Not at all. Little enhancement, though.
During her live stream, her interview.
So you notice the scratches on Chris's arms. This is Chris's arms. Chris's arms right here. So you see where she's linking the statements in the divorce decree. Okay, so in the beginning of this too, you can see where Sweetie reads out. This is Sweetie Pilo. She started off her segment by reading off Seth's declaration in their divorce from Katie. She came out defending Seth. So she had just finished reading that. You can go back and watch this video if you'd like to for the full thing. But this is the important piece. The statements in the DV order that attaches to the divorce. To scratches on Chris's arms that were visible in an interview 8 days after Sebastian went missing. 8 days. Look at those scratches. Now listen to what she's saying. But this isn't the worst of this yet, you guys.
With them, because when I look at these now, all I see is teeth marks, and they look, honest to God, like human teeth marks. They truly do. And so from there,
Chico, I don't think I go off in anybody like I did the last time we reviewed me. But I'll try to warn you if I do.
I got to thinking about the kind of potential abuse that I believe poor Sebastian endured in that household. A very reliable source.
All right. This is where it's going to go. Please remember, if you're just coming in, if you repeat this as factual information, you're going to get named and shamed. I don't care who you are, because there is no credible evidence to provide any factual basis to this. Again, victims have stories to tell. The timing of this, again, is highly suspect. The allegations that are about to be made by an anonymous, unvetted anything source are huge. This is being ran with, which eventually down the road, we find out that the source that she was talking to beyond neighbors was Seth Rogers himself. Massively right now, and this is a complete character assassination without proof. Now, I need to remind you, and I will continually, that there is nobody in custody right now. Zero. The parents have been cooperating. According to law enforcement, Chris was not, according to the data, was not even in the vicinity when Sebastian went missing.
Shared some information with me. I'm going to play you a clip real quick, and then we'll get into that.
Society and not be part of the problem.
Can we talk about that? Can we talk about the diapers real quick? I'm glad you mentioned that.
You will see how she's setting the stage. She is absolutely setting the stage. And this is what Betty is starting to rumor around again. This is a constant over the last week and a half, 2 weeks, that they are regurgitating hefty rumors through the rumor mill again, because there's a new audience. Again, the turnover of these cases, there will be the baseline who continues to follow it all the way through, but they get a new audience about every 6 months. There's new people that attach to these cases. So they have a new audience to recycle all this emotional driven regurgitation to, and people will run with it all over. But this is very important that people know that this isn't new. This was already talked about and tried months ago. And there's a reason why this video was removed, because it's anonymous sources once again. No, it wasn't.
What's up with the diapers? Could you break that down for me? Because I've heard that many different times and many different comments and chat forums and all that. Could you just explain a little bit about this diaper situation?
So she's building it up to drop this breaking news, this bombshell news. She's building it up to really push this narrative. She's finding clips. Oh God, I do. It's like, never mind. Carry on. Cash, I don't like this bitch either. She's finding divorce papers. She's finding scratches.
He was having accidents at school, and Chris got tired of Katie taking clothes to him to change clothes, so he made him wear a pull-up. Which is actually one of those things that happens to children that are abused. He would come to my house.
Truthfully, it can happen with abuse, but there are so many other causes, such as his chromosomal deletion, 6q27, and this right here infuriates me that these two fucking grown-ass men, and I know the one is the biological father, are using this information as content on the internet. This is a 15-year-old missing child. His life is not fodder for the internet. Who is now factually 16 years old and still missing. His struggles are not fodder for the internet. There are so many things that could lead to incontinence issues for kids. So many fucking things for adults.
First thing he did when he came in, I was like, take those damn things off, go take a shower, put on some underwear and some comfy clothes. Because we're men. We wear our boxers. We wear our boxer briefs.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're not.
That right there really rubbed me the wrong way. We're men. You know what? And if your child needed to wear one, so be it. It doesn't make him less manly because he's got bladder issues or incontinence issues. Doesn't do anything. That statement right there just rubs me wrong.
Wearing pull-ups. And no accidents here.
But when he would go over there, he would be wearing diapers.
When he went over there, it got to the point where
they're called incontinence briefs.
He was forced to bring a diaper over here, or when he left, he couldn't have underwear at their house.
Really?
Chris didn't want him wearing underwear. Chris wanted him wearing a pull-up. Chris got upset that I wouldn't enforce that at my house.
What?
My son doesn't need to be in a pull-up. My son needs to be treated better.
If there was all these things going on, again, there's no evidence to prove that any of the parents did anything to Sebastian at this point in time, but this is so unnecessary and it's going to get so much worse.
Accidents happen.
No doubt.
All right. But even months without an accident in my house.
Real quick before we continue, I do want to give everybody a quick heads up. Please, guys, I have pinned it to the top.
The fact, before she gets started on her bombshell information that she's going to drop that's not factually sourced, the one thing I have to say is, say it nice. Say it nice. The fact is not going over my head, or I'm sure a lot of yours, that he just released completely private, personal information about a 15-year-old child that the internet doesn't need to know. It's not going to help law enforcement find him. That should have been to law enforcement, and that's all the further it needed to go. It didn't need to come to the internet. But it doesn't go over my head that they say all this information and then his Cash App is pinned above. You're making money off of releasing private, personal information of a teenager that is missing. Let that sit for a minute. They roll from talking about that information to, don't forget, his Cash App's pinned.
So what we have here is a situation.
And just a reminder for anybody that's coming in, the reason why we're going back to this is because of this. Let me remind you, this is from this morning, so you know where we're at.
I heard from Hong. He said the neighbor of the Proudfoots was the green hoodie lady, and she passed away in November. And then all of a sudden, it kind of snowballed into being Chris's stepsister, which what didn't I hear once upon a time rumors that Chris essayed or R'd his stepsister, and she looked in pretty poor shape. Was it her? Was it this one that died on November 18th? I think people might.
This is the reason why we're going back to this, is because Betty said this again. This was tried in April by Sweetie Pilo, who has now deleted this video. But again, there is a reason why the green team is targeting things that the way they are. They are regurgitating rumors because they are painting a picture publicly for people to come to a conclusion that something was happening. This is what you can watch them do. That something was happening to Sebastian at the hands of who they've determined is guilty. So they are using the entire regurgitation of rumors to build up this whole optics again.
Where Chris Proudfoot more than likely was abusing him far more than he cares to admit. I mean, we know of at least one incident, but honestly, I think there was so many more incidents than that. 1 or 2 that he's actually admitted to. Because remember, on Nancy Grace, he definitely tried to minimize it quite a bit.
Revival, good question. I'm not really sure. I don't know much about her. I just started following the crap she's done in this case, but she's deleted a few in this case, possibly.
But
again, we don't have any information to know what was actually going on behind closed doors. We really don't.
so I got into a conversation yesterday with a very reliable source. Guys, I wish I could tell you who it was.
Very reliable source. I wish I could tell you who it was. Heavy trigger warning right here. Sweetie Pilo, your little fucking sweet, innocent Christian bullshit act is disgusting. And I hope to God you get sued from one end to the other after this.
But they want to remain nameless. So just take this as, allegedly or speculation, whatever you want to file it.
They want to remain nameless. Again, huge allegations. When you're making huge allegations like this, in a situation like this,
Yes, but they're very reliable. What they shared with me was information about Chris Proudfoot and the great lengths that his family would go to cover up for him. So pretty much the conversation we were having, I was like, do you think, I mean, we know so a 15-year-old, autistic or not, wearing diapers, who is considered very high functioning.
They're called incontinence brief, you disrespectful, uneducated fucking fool.
Are we going to consider that as normal or okay?
Yeah,
That doesn't seem right.
absolutely. Absolutely. If a teenager needs to wear incontinence briefs, absolutely. And it's none of your fucking business, nor the internet. There are so many things that can lead to bladder incontinence. There are so many things, such as his chromosomal deletion. The 6q27 can affect organs.
I stand on everything I fucking said in April. Nothing's changed. That's why I'm just letting this play.
Right. This is a kid who, in my opinion, at the bare minimum, he's being physically abused. But I even wonder, and this is what I brought up. I said, do you think he could be so weird as to like SA type abuse?
Okay. I'm going to try to keep my mouth as shut as I possibly can, but the audacity of this fucking clown.
And then I was told, well, somebody.
All right, hold up. There just took a huge jump in numbers over here. If you're just coming in, again, just a significant little reminder that's important before people don't understand what's going on here and take it the wrong way. Betty just made some allegations against Chris Proudfoot this morning. I'm taking you back to where the source and who was the first creator, which was actually Sweetie Pilo in April, to bring out those rumors.
Something, because when you have your child, I can't imagine, Diane says, I wonder if Craddock cleared Green Hoodie on December 13th or when she passed November 18th, allegedly. Interesting. But everybody's assuming, like, I didn't hear, this is what I heard from Hong. He said the neighbor of the Proudfoots was the Green Hoodie lady, and she passed away in November. And then all of a sudden it kind of snowballed into being Chris's stepsister, which what didn't I hear once upon a time rumors that Chris essayed or R'd his stepsister, and she looked in pretty poor shape. Was it her? Was it this one that died on November 18th? I think
So because Betty is once again regurgitating the rumors, we are taking it back to the initial source and when that rumor started and when they tried to get that going. Just so everybody is aware, this video from Sweetie Pilo that I am reviewing, I'm doing a review of my own video because Sweetie Pilo has since deleted this video, or it's on members or privated or something like that. But Sweetie Pilo came out with these allegations in April against Chris Proudfoot. Eventually, down the road, months later, we find out that the source she was talking to all along was Seth. One of her sources was Seth. So again, the video you're going to hear now is April 10th from my page.
How do I say this? Okay.
And I was reviewing Sweetie Pilo in this.
In the past, let's say, and this is for sure before Chris was of age, so 18 years old. Not only did he SA his own stepsister.
So now she is making a claim about Chris before he was the age of 18. She just said, not only did he SA his stepsister,
but he also did this to his cousin.
but also to his cousin. Her source, her anonymous source, provided her that information.
And his mother, Kathy, covered for him, covered it up however she could.
And the mom covered for him. Again, this is complete and utter speculation.
They are trying everything right now, the Green Team, to bring out and regurgitate and recycle the old rumors that paint a specific direction and a specific narrative about Chris and Katie. You can watch it build. You can watch the intent. They are all circulating around. She knew exactly what she was doing by making that accusation. Lies and propaganda to stay relevant. Sickening. Absolutely, Tara. Thank you for being a member too. Yeah, absolutely. But that's what they're doing again. They knew that these things existed and had already been made claims on. So they are regurgitating them again.
There is
New viewers, new rumors.
no fact basis behind this. There is nothing provided besides an anonymous source.
And suddenly, it all started to make sense. Though these are women, or not women, these are females that in the past were victimized. Is it possible that he didn't have any, I hate to go there, but any preference on this? Is he just an abusive type person? I was deeply troubled finding this out, guys.
Oh yeah, you sound so deeply troubled that you brought it to the fucking internet and used bombshell. How far would Chris's family go to cover secrets? Docs plus Y the diaper. DOCS, meaning the court paperwork, and Y the diapers. You were so deeply disturbed that you decided to use this child as fucking fodder for your sick, salacious speculation of stuff we have no clue about. Again, how would you be privy to that information? A reliable source, right?
Very deeply troubled. The thing is this family is truly, in my opinion, a crime family. Like Terry, the step.
Now there might as well just be a mob family. They're just a crime family out here. They're just a crime family out here.
Dad of Chris, he has a history of, and not to say that all drug users are going to, be shady and do unscrupulous things, because they won't. But Terry Bowersox does have a history with some methamphetamine.
What? What a fucking jump. So because you have a addiction past, that means what? Absolutely nothing in the real world. But when you're a grimy fucking true crime YouTuber, it means that it just gives them content. to put their little grubby mitts on and judge everybody with because they're so perfect while they're grifting off a missing child and releasing personal private information for fodder.
Going back to, let's see, what was that? Charges filed. And this was a while ago, okay? February 17th, 1981. But then you've got, so probation violation.
1981. I wasn't even born. I wasn't even born yet. I was not even born in 1981. And I'm 42. She went back to 1981 to try and discredit Chris's family. There's no, like, this is intentional, just so you guys are aware. Like, what the green team is doing and now regurgitating old rumors is absolutely intentional. They are scrambling right now. And the more emotional manipulation that they can do to their new audience and the new people that are following this case because of people inserting themselves and so on and so forth, the better for them. They are trying to manipulate the public appearance of all of this stuff off of fucking rumors.
In 2006, schedule, what is it, 4?
So they're pulling backgrounds on his stepdad.
Drugs, less than a half ounce.
Less than a half ounce.
And that was, 2006. And then in 2011, so March of 2011, obtaining drugs by fraud. And then let's see, 4/13/2011, obtaining drugs by fraud. And then what is this? May 23rd of 2006, unlawful drug paraphernalia uses and activity. Again, I don't want to say that just because somebody did drugs means that they're going to do other shady things.
No, and this is his stepdad. This is again, no, this is how far they were reaching back then, and nothing's ever changed. Just Linda, I think he's 41. I think he's 41. So no, he wouldn't have been born yet.
But that takes me to my next point.
But I'm going to put it out here and show you his entire background because I'm painting a narrative.
Hey, Kodo, good to see you.
To spread all over the internet.
Check this out. Let me make sure you guys are seeing everything. Okay, good. So this was in one of the groups. So again, we can file this as speculation. But here's what was said. I probably have the missing piece to the puzzle. On the 26th.
Imagine, look at, it's in the Find Sebastian Rogers case discussion by an anonymous participant. Shocking. Another anon.
Around.
And another shocking playbook. Facebook groups, discussion groups, content placed by an anonymous source into a Facebook group that gets built and pulled into YouTube creator content. This all follows a pattern. People need to start waking up. It both, whatever side to side, that's just why the sides are disgusting. There shouldn't be a side in this, but they do the exact same thing.
Around 5:45 in the morning, so this would have been Monday morning, 5:45 in the morning, there was a SUV parked on the side of the road, right past the country store on New Hope Road. I cannot 100% swear on the Bible.
Roxy, are you asking me why I'm repeating it? Why am I drawing attention to this?
By the way, Chico, just a heads up, I ripped somebody's ass upcoming because they're like, why are you doing? Because it's important. It's important to source where the rumors started and came from. And again, just so you guys remember why we're going back to this today is because Betty is trying to inlay this. They've been trying for weeks to, I talked about it a couple weeks ago of how they were trying to optically inlay a narrative here. The sexualization has been mentioned how many times we've seen what they've been doing. This is not shocking that she tried this today. They've been looking for anything to cycle this back around. And they finally got it. Yeah. By the way, this was me yelling at people in April, and I still have that same energy. And I told Revival I've calmed down a little bit, though. It's a little interesting.
Bullshit, complete and utter bullshit that's being used to paint a narrative. Are you asking me why I'm putting it out here and showing it again? Because it's running like wildfire all over the internet as factual information. How the fuck does this help find Sebastian? Anybody?
but the SUV looks just like CP, so Chris Proudfoot's mother's SUV. But if it is her vehicle, then the time adds up to when Sebastian's mother was about to drive to the school and look for him. I can almost bet my
Electro, I can't even imagine the train or the paper trail that this is going to have with metadata. Crazy enough that some of these people knew well enough to do most of these conversations on phone calls, though. I wonder why that was. Because they didn't want their words traced, because they didn't want to be sourced as the source behind these allegations against people.
life that she met her up there and gave him to her. I done some asking around and found a landowner.
By the way, if you're new here, because I see there's a lot of you in here, I don't hold back. I'm not going to be the place to pat your ass and give you some comfort feelings, because this is some sick, salacious shit that should not be happening to any child or anybody, especially a missing child. This is not fucking fodder for the internet. If you don't like my mouth and my colorful language, this isn't the spot for you. Go sit over there with the speculation that runs rampant across this whole YouTube and running like craziness. I'm not going to conform to your feelings, because this is sick. This is about Sebastian, and they're using Sebastian as fodder for sick shit.
Information, and they just happen to have trail cameras, a few of them right in that area. So in the morning, I'm getting the cards and going to see if I'm right. A few people already know, and Sumner County will know if what is on the camera is what I believe it is. CP's mother and stepfather are some evil people, and I believe with everything I love. It's going to turn out to be what I believe it is.
And by the way, I'm letting this play a little bit further so people in the back can actually hear the voice of the neighbor that was giving information in the beginning. I have an indication or a major feeling that that's probably why this live was deleted, because I'm not so sure that she had the go-ahead to release the voice of the person that talked to her about what was seen on video. Interesting note for those
There's 6 other
that weren't around at this time.
people seen in that vehicle that morning. Park up past that store and school, and I believe we are about to blow it wide open.
You know what you're about to blow wide open? What foolish idiots you look like. What foolish idiots you look like. So now they're throwing in speculation that somehow Katie met up with Chris's mom, dropped Sebastian off. There were six people in the car. They just did a trade-off. They're obviously hiding him somewhere. There's property. They're going to go get the trail cams. Do you think law enforcement is just sitting on their ass twiddling their thumbs? Do you really think that law enforcement isn't doing their jobs, that they haven't checked the cameras? Do you really think that?
Hey, Revival. I know you're in here really quick. Side note, really quick. Your friend Misty H is back. The Sandy Beach one that you blocked, got rid of that comment. She's back in the comment section if you want to go either tell her off, or she's commenting on videos because she's got her fifis in a bundle of hurt.
Some of you people have lost your goddamn minds.
As of recently, I have not seen, just a minute, hold on. I have not seen any follow-up on this, but I found it extremely interesting. When I spoke to somebody in that neighborhood, remember, they told me that when she left that, so shortly after she realized he had vanished, she leaves the house and she drives around. They say she came back pretty quick after that. As a matter of fact, hold on, I might have a video. I think I added the video, some audio in here. Let me see if I can find it. Just a minute. Is it here? Just a minute. Let me see if I've got it on my phone more readily available than this. Well, let's listen to this clip. Hold on. So you guys saw on your camera.
And right after school on Friday,
Okay.
on my video, about somewhere around 3 o'clock.
All right. Remember, they're all trying to tell you what is in the videos from the neighbor's house. This is interesting. This is April 10th. My video from April 10th, Music City Mom. It's called Sources, Scandal, and Speculation. It is Sweetie Pilo's video in the beginning of this. It's very interesting because she deleted this and not many people have this clip of what she tried to start off. And this voice right here it's very interesting to me that the neighbors won't talk anymore, but she recorded her.
Let me see if I've got it on my phone more readily available than this. Well, let's listen to this clip. Hold on. So you guys saw on your camera.
him right after school on Friday.
Okay.
On my video, about somewhere around 3 o'clock.
This is supposedly a call with a neighbor. We don't know who the hell it is. We have no clue. I could call in, say I was their neighbor, give them a whole story, and they would run with it. Absolutely. That's how dense these people are. They don't vet a single.
And that was actually done shortly after this by the guy that went on Crime Lines and Lies, the fake neighbor that was outed by Bobby, the neighbor that lives down the road. Yeah, I mean, that Julie is now running with and regurgitating too. We're just in a vicious circle of wash, rinse, repeat.
Single fucking thing.
Get the mail on Friday.
Okay.
Then they evidently had been out on Saturday because she comes home, she pulls up, he jumps out of the car and he gets the mail, and while she's pulling into the garage, he's skipping and he looks happy and he's running up to the front door, but then he doesn't go in the front door and he skips.
Wait, on Friday when supposed neighbors saw him, he was skipping and looked happy? But he was so fucking miserable. He was so tortured and traumatized in that house. How could he be skipping and look happy on Friday?
Gets back down the sidewalk and into the garage, but looks really happy.
Mhm.
He looked really happy.
I did not visually see him on Friday with the camera, but Sunday with my camera, but that was when I asked my husband asked.
No, this is not Bobby. This is the woman who has the video. This is not Bobby. She has not came on. I don't even know if she knew Sweetie was recording her. That's not Bobby. Nope. That is not Bobby. Absolutely not Bobby. Nope, it's not.
Asked the police, did you see who took that trash down? Was that Sebastian?
Mhm.
And they said yes. Because in this neighborhood, if you want your trash picked up on Monday morning, you got to take it down there Sunday.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, it's
So you guys saw on your camera.
him right after school on Friday.
Okay.
On my video, about somewhere around 3 o'clock, get the mail on Friday.
Okay.
Then they evidently had been out on Saturday because she comes home, she pulls up, he jumps out of the car and he gets the mail and he.
It is the neighbor that has the camera footage. It is not Bobby. No, it is not. Please do not start that rumor. Please do not start that rumor. This is not Bobby that she is talking to. It does, of course, they've got Southern accents a little bit, but you can tell specifically major differences in the way they talk.
While she's pulling into the garage, he's skipping and he looks happy and he's running up to the
He's skipping and he looks happy. But the narrative that they've been painting is that he's this tortured, traumatized child.
front door, but then he doesn't go in the front door and he skips back down the sidewalk and into the garage, but looks really happy.
Mhm.
I did not visually see him on Friday with the camera, but Sunday with my camera, but that was when I asked my husband asked the police, did you see who took that trash down? Was that Sebastian?
Mhm.
And they said yes, because in this neighborhood.
Okay, guys, I had you listen to it twice because I'm trying to find this clip, but it's not where I thought it was.
She didn't really have much to say.
No, it was not Bobby that she was speaking to. So the people across the street were initially speaking to people. This is the woman with the camera footage across the street. This is not Bobby.
About that because that supposed neighbor says that he looked happy on Friday. Imagine that. A teenager looking happy one day, but still going through something. Shit, we all do that, right? We're not done yet.
Pretty much, this individual told me that that Katie immediately drove around the area to look for him.
Mods, you know the drill. You guys, I trust y'all. You don't have to ask me for anything. If you want me to put it on subs only, let me know. Revival, you can also do that, I think. If you guys need anything, let me know. I will try to keep an eye on anything like that. You guys, I trust you. If you know that I wouldn't put up with it, kick them. If they're just going to be over here whining because I'm addressing the sick fetish that these true crime creators seem to have, and they get giddy off of releasing minor children's private information, it is what it is. You don't like to be called out what you are.
Crazy V6, I don't think they sound alike at all. Not everybody, but there's I don't even know what you would call it, that a lot of people get caught up on and think everybody sounds this. No, they've got the little like Southern drawl a little bit, but very clear distinction.
Well, You seem to fetishize missing children, especially ones in Tennessee.
And so, you know, speculation, this is
Thank you guys.
allegedly, right? And speculation here, but could she have gone over to this area where they're talking about in the screenshot I showed you on Hope Road, I think it was. You know, is it possible that maybe there was a quick, like a transfer or something?
There's a reason why the woman with the camera footage no longer speaks. Probably because of people releasing and recording her phone calls and releasing them online.
That's my speculations. I know it's a lot, but obviously something happened and somehow they have managed to completely throw off law enforcement. And either law enforcement...
They've managed, Katie and Chris have managed to throw off law enforcement. They are so good. They're just that good.
right now is playing into the lie, like, oh, and
Okay, that's enough of that. But I wanted you guys to hear that. Please do not start running with that being Bobby, you guys. Sweetie Pilo, if you go back, she was getting information from the neighbor across the street who had the camera. Yeah, that's what we were doing, YouTube Bad Actors, because I had a clip of that, and where these allegations stemmed from was Sweetie Pilo back in April on one of my previous videos. Sweetie's deleted her video, so it was a nonsense inception. Anyways, but Betty was repeating those rumors this morning. But please do not start running with the whole, we get so many people that are like, oh, this is this person, this is this person. No, sometimes there's just this many nosy people involved in and reached out to by content creators and brought into. Unfortunately, there is a lot of that. So this woman, Sweetie Pilo, talks about her in numerous live streams, her contact with her, what she saw on the cameras, the date and time. Bobby doesn't know shit about and doesn't have cameras like that. You can go fact check me. Go watch Sweetie's videos. She talks, if I don't even know what's all up, but we reviewed a bunch of them.
People might be, I think this might be one of those coincidences potentially.
Now back to Betty. But now you know where the source of that allegation stemmed from. So Betty claiming that he might have harmed his stepsister was from Sweetie Pilo and an unnamed source, but a very reliable, aka she was in communication with Seth, and that comes out down the road. This is what she said this morning, just in case you're just getting here, and then we're going to carry on, finish this out, and then I'm going to transition into Julie.
Interesting, but everybody's assuming, like, I didn't hear, this is what I heard from Hong. He said the neighbor of the Proudfoots was
Jason.
the green hoodie lady, and she passed away in November. And then all of a sudden, it kind of snowballed into being Chris's stepsister, which, what didn't I hear once upon a time rumors that Chris essayed or R'd his stepsister, and she looked in pretty poor shape. Was it her? Was it this one that died on November 18th? I think I think this might be one of those coincidences potentially, that maybe it just so happens that his stepsister died in November, and this whole situation with Green Hoodie not being the same person. But when you see the video, as unclear as that Texas Roadhouse video is of the Green Hoodie person, I mean, it really does look like the face of, the
Rainbow, no, after the T-Rev 757 stuff and her going on, what was the channel? The Vault XL. After all of that, Sweetie has barely came back and touched this case. She started off hot and heavy, and then kind of a lot of her buddies got exposed and they're bullshit. So she kind of ducktailed too. She pops back up occasionally. Donna Serafina and her are still, doing their normal shit.
Like, not the face because you can't see it clear, but like the outline of this person that died, that was family to. But how ironic would it be that Green Hoodie would actually be related to CP and then die, 10 months or 8 months after the child disappeared? What are the odds of that? And that not being creep? I can't expect not enough.
Well, again, I'm going to go back to law enforcement statement on December 13th. Law enforcement states, today detectives interviewed the person in question regarding their presence on the night of February 25th, 2024. We can confirm that after a thorough discussion with this individual, there is no evidence linking them to Sebastian's disappearance. So I'm going to believe law enforcement. Because it says individual seen wearing a green hoodie near Texas Roadhouse. I'm going to believe law enforcement on this. Because again, they cannot provide details or actually source that this person was a relative that was at Texas Roadhouse. There's no proof. They can't link it, but they're going to try. Again, it started off as, even Betty says, it started off as a neighbor in the green hoodie, and then it magically morphed into, well, now it's a relative of them, and then it was back to this, and then back to a relative. They keep trying to link it to a relative no matter which way they go.
Info. Right. Yeah, I guess that's right. Not enough info, Star Child. I think I honestly believe people are pulling like several different things and making it fit. I'm monitoring the green hoodie and the information related to the green hoodie. I don't know if it's a significant.
Actually agree with Betty on one thing. Multiple people are pulling and trying to make it fit, and it doesn't. There's no confirmed information that this person that unfortunately passed away in November has anything to do or was anywhere in the vicinity of the Texas Roadhouse.
Point in this case, because we've been deceived by law enforcement. This is the bad part about law enforcement deceiving the public. When law enforcement deceives the public, then the public no longer trusts what's coming out of law enforcement's mouth. So we've already been deceived about the trash truck. We understand why they were trying to deceive us. I mean, to me, I feel like it is a very much critical and key information that goes to the.
How did law enforcement deceive us over the trash truck? Can anybody make that make sense to me? Is that what she just fucking said? Hold on, let me back that up. Did I just blink out?
Not enough info.
Did I blink out again?
Yeah, I guess that's right. Not enough info, Star Child. I think I honestly believe people are pulling like several different things and making it fit. I'm monitoring the green hoodie and the information related to the green hoodie. I don't know if it's a significant, point in this case, because we've been deceived by law enforcement. This is the bad part about law enforcement deceiving the public. When law enforcement deceives the public,
law enforcement wasn't the one to say it was a trash truck. That was Chris and Seth. Law enforcement didn't say it was a trash truck. What? No, that was Chris and Seth.
then the public no longer trusts what's coming out of law enforcement's mouth. So we've already been deceived about the trash truck.
We've been deceived, but it was Seth who came out on Pascal's in the end of March and stated that law enforcement told him it was a trash truck, and he was very okay, sure.
Understand why they were trying to deceive us. I mean, to me, I feel like it is a very much critical and key information that goes to the direct integrity of the investigation, first and foremost. So I do believe that light video was a lot more than it should have been. And I know that I think they had to downplay it because at that time they were still working with Chris and Katie, right? So you want to keep, if I was in their position, in my understanding of law enforcement, you want to keep a good relationship with the subject. You want to keep them talking. You don't want them shutting down or getting like an attorney or anything like that. You really want to make the gel with them. And this was a very intense situation. So I understand why they did what they did, but they did what they did, and it lost the trust of people. So now when they tell the public the truth, we have to double check to make sure, because we don't trust them anymore. We know that this case is high profile. We know that some evidence that went directly to the integrity of the investigation was leaked. We know that they tried to put the genie back into the bottle and it didn't work. And because they were trying to put the genie back into the bottle, they discredited themselves to a lot of us. And it makes it more, not discredited. but it was a known lie. And now we have to wonder, will they deceive us again? Are they trying to throw us off with this information? So this is where that distrust kind of comes in my opinion, because they've been caught being dishonest with the public. Once law enforcement does that, them trying to tell us anything from this point forward ain't going to work, because we want receipts. We want to fact find it. We want to double check it. And we want to make sure that we're telling our audience, because we are not mainstream media. You know, mainstream media, they have no problem lying to their audience. They have no problem intentionally throwing their audience off. They have no problem doing that, because they have no problem. They don't believe. I believe in free press. Like, my government has no right to tell me what I can cover, where I can cover, what I can say, how I can say it. They tried in Sumner County.
Are you going to say my body, my choice again? Or are we switching gears now?
Sure, they're about to get schooled.
I'm sure Pam Bondi's about to say something inspirational that will get carried through 2025 by Betty.
You can't do that. We already heard from Brandon Carter from Dam's office. Oh, we got another. Oh, we got another one. Hold on. I forgot
Carter is Sumner County. Simmons is TBI.
do have some other breaking news. Crap. How can I forget that?
Oh shit, we were supposed to run this press release. We were supposed to feed this to our audience. Sorry, I forgot to do my job. Hold on. One World Media news release again.
But we know that they're getting a clue, because even Brandon Carter was telling somebody, we can't tell you what to say. So they're getting the clue. They're getting the clue. But there for a while, they thought that they could strong arm, because we're social media, not mainstream media. They thought they could strong arm us and shut us down and shut our mouths down, which they realized there is a very swift and major opposite reaction when you do something like that to social media, a social media personality, because we truly do believe in a free press. That means you don't tell me what the hell to say to my audience. You don't tell me how to investigate, do investigative reporting on cases I'm covering for my audience.
Oh, okay. All right then. She doesn't abide by law and order. Yeah. This goes back to, if my voice is silenced, there will be thousands to replace me. Yeah, the thousands to replace you are just as genius as you. Let me tell you. Fucking walk in the park, the brainiacs they are.
My government does not get to do that. That is a major overstep. And as something, if you don't know me out of anything, you don't screw with my constitutional rights. That is one thing you do not do, because you know what? When law enforcement starts doing that, they're no different than the criminals they throw into jail. And I will stand behind that, and I will state that from every rooftop I can. I'm not the one. I will tell you that. I am not the one. All right. I'm trying to learn this whole X thing. I'm trying to figure
Betty, I don't think anybody's fucking scared of you. Really.
out where my history is. Where are my saved files? I have to go through here. Give me just a second. Let me find out where the hell my saved shit is. Bookmarks. There we go. Okay. Here it is. This was from Find Sebastian Rogers. Detective Brandon Carter from
Loxy, it happens in every single social media interest case. Every single one. You can insert the Delphi case where creators insert and they start building a story based on discussion groups, and then they don't actually bring all the truth forward. They bring rumors and speculation to run with narratives, and they muddy the water. And yeah, every single one of them, you can find the same playbook. Karen Reed, Marvon McCrae, like all of them. Quentin Simon, Kylie Rodney.
Sumner County Sheriff's Office allegedly confirms via email that law enforcement cannot tell anyone what to talk about. So now we have just put another in the bull crap, right? Because every time CP stated law enforcement told him not to say that, he was lying. And this came in January 10th, 2025 at 10:13 a.m. This came from Detective Brandon Carter from, oh, look at this, Sumner County Sheriff's Office from the what? Criminal Investigation Division.
And who is he speaking to? I would like to hear this conversation because I don't believe it coming out of your mouth or anybody else on the team's mouth. So where's the recording of this phone call, and why hasn't law enforcement made a statement that it is a criminal investigation? I'll wait for law enforcement. Do I think it potentially could be? Absolutely. But I'll wait for law enforcement because I don't believe anybody that's getting a press release from One World Media Corp with an unknown call information of supposedly this guy said something. Okay, just like the person that offered me $500 to call law enforcement. Same bullshit they tried a couple weeks ago.
Interesting. And it says, we cannot tell anybody not to say anything. The only thing I can say is this is an ongoing criminal investigation. It's the only case I work to present day. So it sounds like Brandon Carter is devoted to the Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers case, and once again has very much confirmed this is a criminal investigation. Ongoing criminal investigation. Ongoing criminal investigation. Ongoing criminal investigation. Okay.
We don't know who this was to from what it's even about. You notice right there? You notice that it doesn't say anything besides we can't tell anybody not to say anything. The only thing I can say is this is an ongoing criminal investigation. It's the only case I work to present day. We don't know. And there's Mike right there, right underneath it. So that leads me to say, interesting.
Okay, now that we know that it's an ongoing criminal investigation and this boy doesn't have that many people in his life, what can we?
If you don't know who Mike is, we reviewed him the other day. He's an interesting fucking character with a heavy presence on X.
Deduct from that information? What can we deduct from that information? You know what we can deduct from that information? That Chris and Katie are persons of interest in being investigated in a criminal investigation. That's what
that didn't say any of that. Factually, that didn't say a single thing to that.
we can deduct from that information.
No, we can't.
That is exactly what we can deduct from that information. Why is this not staying put? Feels like it's going to fall over.
It didn't say Chris or Katie on there. A criminal investigation could open up the avenues of anybody, family, outside of family. It could be anybody. We have no indication. That didn't say Chris and Katie are being investigated. Sorry, try again.
Hopefully it doesn't fall in my coffee. So there you go.
I'm assuming they're investigating everybody, which they should be.
So now we have it in black and white from the detective. Remember, what you want to get? What did he say? Bailey and Carter on the phone? You want to get Bailey and Carter on the phone? What? You want to get Bailey and Carter on the phone? I'm going to tell you, you're not going to do.
It was Bobby and Carter, you fucking idiot.
You open your mouth one time, you never going to open it again. I'll guarantee it. Let me call Bailey and Carter. Well,
Bobby, idiot.
Unfortunately, Detective Carter has decided to let the whole world know that this is a criminal investigation and that he ain't telling nobody not to say a damn thing. CP lying, y'all. Does that surprise you? I wish I had my buttons in here, but I don't. I don't have my buttons. I only have a Delilah. I only have a Delilah and a Lammy. That's all I got. I got a Delilah and I got a Lammy. Okay.
Kenna, there's no proof that that email is real or what it's even in regards to. There's no names. Sebastian's name's not mentioned. No case is mentioned. No nothing. Nothing. For all we know, it could be Betty's case. We don't fucking know. There's nothing in there that has any identifying proof where it's from, what's it in regards to, nothing.
It's mine. She's mine. What? I didn't take her from you. She's mine. She's mine. Oh, Lammy. Oh, how sweet. Oh, you're not going to bite? Oh, okay. She ain't biting. It's like, Mommy, give me my Lammy back. Usually she'll pop up and grab Lammy from me. But she just laid down and just looked at me like, okay, you can have her. I think she's becoming camera shy. I don't know. The only thing that came out of CP's mouth was that Seth was not involved with Sebastian's disappearance, and he always on the front row cheering Sebastian. Yeah, that did come out. Oh, why am I'm telling you, I'm having senior moments here. Okay, I don't know. I was having them all day, and my political, like, I don't know what you call them. Like, we partner up to go do some political stuff. And he was there. I forgot one of my friends' names that I've known for years. I was driving and I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I forgot Michelle's name. Oh my God. He's like, I'm like, Glenn, I think that was a senior moment. And I keep forgetting this too.
The Proud Boys? I mean, that's usually the political group you lean with. Is that who you're talking about? You forgot their names?
Lore Lodge had a very good question. Lore Lodge.
Oh, Turning Point USA?
Stated he had, did I save it I might have saved it. I might not have.
Mike Lindell, My Pillow Pet. You forget your buddies' names? Your political affiliations? Should I go on? Name some more of them?
Give me just a second. I don't know where it's at because he talks about a lot of other stuff besides hold on, where's the Lore Lodge? There it is. He talks about other stuff besides just Sebastian's case. He's been doing this a long time. He's got different things in the pike at all times. That's why he's so good, right? We don't have a lot of stuff that we talk about until crime cases.
Yeah, he's so great. He's got great motivation, let me tell you.
But there was something. It was something Chris said. And he says he felt like Chris just admitted it. And I can't find it. Somebody finds it, let me know. But I remember. I wonder if I saved it. Let me see if I saved it in my bookmarks. Let's see what's all in my bookmarks. Is it here? I've been putting a lot of stuff in here so I don't forget it. And then I forget to go back and check it out. Oh my. Okay.
Sorry, nothing to young people at all, but the day I start using a 26-year-old who started a whole movement against professors over political leaning will be tap me out. Tap me the fuck out. And I'm talking about the Lore Lodge, who started a Turning Point chapter at his, no, thank you. Any Charlie, no, thank you. No, he'll never be seen as credible when he uses himself as a source.
No, I must not have saved it. I'll have to wait until I find it again. But if you got, oh, wait a minute, who's this? Oh, Kara Lovett, thank you. I appreciate it. She says, thank you, Betty, for all you do. You're a strong woman. We are Sebastian's army. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you, love. Thank you. Oh, Chaos is in. Robin, Rod, Starchild, Jackie, Mona, it's nice to see you. Oh, little Miss South, it's been a while. Good morning, love. I hope you're doing well. Gigi, the real me too. Sonia won't be back for, I don't know when she'll be back. She's got a lot going on for her today. So I hope everybody doesn't forget to keep Sonia in your prayers. Written in the stars. I like that. But this was, where is it? I know I saw it. It was something. And the Lore Lodge says he believes that was an admission. That was an admission of of something with Sebastian. And I can't remember it. And I also want a big shout out to Justin For All, Brandy Neal, and our baby monkey. You know, there's been some revelations that came out. And it doesn't look good. I mean, we know that law enforcement absolutely
Leave Brandy alone. Seriously, you fucking vultures. Leave Brandy alone.
believes that Michael's no longer here. And I'm sorry, I listened to Stacy's interview / confession with law enforcement, and he didn't appear to be deceptive. He appeared to be cooperating. And
Oh, you're a body language expert these days. Meanwhile, your left boob has been telling you it needs a fucking hammock for fucking 6 years and you haven't even listened to your own body. But okay, yeah, you can read other people's. Sure, bitch. Every time you step on your fucking nipple when you walk, it's screaming at you, help me out here, get me a hammock. But you haven't even paid it. You don't read anybody else's body language, let alone your own. Shut the fuck up.
I believe something happened. And I believe there's evidence at their house that something happened. And Michael was such a beautiful boy. And I just now know in my heart of hearts that he was hurt bad. And I don't know how a human being could do that to a child. I just can't for the life of me. The thought of it angers me. There's a special place in hell for anybody that can hurt.
There's a special place in hell for all the people who thought it was their right to attack Brandy and Tyler too. There's a special place in hell for all of the creators that re-victimize that family over and over again also. There's a special place in hell for all of you too, going through their worst time. There's a special place in hell for all of you. Okay, that's all I got to say on that.
Hurt a child. And trust me, there is a special place right now in hell for Chris and Katie. I believe karma and life are just tearing them apart, and I hope it is. I feel no pity for them. None. If that lady is crying every day of her life in a freaking ball on the floor of her house, good. You're not going to get any sympathy from me. I hope she is feeling the worst pain she could ever feel. I pray to God Katie is hugging a toilet every single morning she wakes up. I pray to God that every night she closes her eyes, she can't get the sight of her son out of her eyes. I pray to God.
Just a quick question. These normal prayers for anybody else? Because if they are, please seek help. Please seek help if this is what you sit down and actually pray for. Please seek help because this is not normal. There's no evidence right now to indicate what happened to Sebastian. And this is pure fucking disgusting filth.
God, that lady's not sleeping well. I pray to God she's got to be dependent upon substances and be formulating those addictions that she deserves. I hope every horrible thing could possibly happen to any parent. Like I said, I'm not a pastor. I'm a Christian. Much different.
You're a Christian nationalist. Get it straight.
Much different. I'm not a perfect Christian. I sin. And I'm telling you, those are my hopes and wishes. Does that bring me karma? Probably does. It probably does. I don't know. All I know is what I know and how I feel. And I'm not going to deny myself that or say it's wrong or anything like that. I hope that lady is having a horrible day. I hope she wakes up and it's the first thing she does when she gets out of bed is stub her toe. And then I hope she falls into something, bouncing around. I'm sorry. That's how I feel. If I found out tomorrow that she did something to herself or something like that, it's as awful as it is. I mean, truthfully, I don't think I'd show.
She's really trying her Kenneth Copeland here this morning with her faith manipulation and the tragic evangelism here.
You know, can't be in a tunnel full of demons. I need a multi-million-dollar aircraft. That'll be the fucking Betty in 2030. I'm a fucking pastor.
Shed a tear.
Nobody's ever going to confuse you for anything but the vile piece of shit you are, Betty. Don't get it confused.
Honestly, I don't think I'd pray for her either. I really don't. It's sad. It's sad that I am that way, but that's just how I feel. And I don't think anything's going to really change it at this point. Like, I hope every day that she wakes up, she has an absolute disgusting day. I hope everything in the world goes wrong with her. And I hope she screams, and I hope she's angry. And I hope she just has that vitriol about her. I hope she's a miserable person. That's what I hope for that family. I hope for the mom and stepdad, they're just miserable people. I hope every single thing that could go wrong does go wrong. And I hope that when they watch, you know, people replay this and put it all on out there, I hope whenever their day's going wrong, they say they think of me, you know, and karma.
She hopes they think of her. There is a 16-year-old missing child here, and she hopes that the parents of the missing child think of her. She has done everything in her power to smear and degrade Sebastian's dignity. And now she hopes that she's what they think of. You're fucking sick.
Me and karma. That's what I'd like them to do. Think of me and karma. But what have you found out? She had nothing to do with this at all. Who had nothing to do with this at all? If you're talking about Katie, I think you might be at the wrong channel.
Yep, chasing, he sure was.
Don't be throwing curse, laying your enemy in God's feet. Hey, it is what it is. It's my life. I think you might. If anybody's saying anything nice about Katie, I think you might be in the wrong place. I'm just saying. So if you guys have a little something going on with Katie, you definitely in the wrong house. You definitely in the wrong house. Take care, Seth.
There you go, Lisa.
God bless. Rock it.
Yeah, he was in
Got
it.
your coffee beans out. I hope you got a cup of coffee. If you don't, it's going to be a good day. Wake up. It's going to be a good day. I feel like we're going to get some news soon. We'll keep our fingers crossed for you. We'll keep our prayers going for you, Mr. Seth. God bless you. Have a great day. All right, guys, I'm getting out of here too. We've been on here for over an hour. I'm going to finish my coffee. I don't know if I'm going to go live right at 10 o'clock. It might be I might push that out a little later. We'll see how it goes. I got to get up, wake up, you know, do my morning routines. And I'm not planning on staying in my pajamas all day. You just got me on, you know.
Well, I don't know if you guys missed it, which some of you probably came in earlier, but she made sure to separate this out early on in her video, that when they were talking about the green team, that the green team is BJ's thing. She actually even got a text reminding her to separate it, that BJ's is the green team. They're Seth's army. And then threw in Sebastian's name too, but they're Seth's army. They're supporters of Seth. The green team is actually Seth's army. She's separated it out. The green team. But she definitely, you know, it's the felons that are protecting felons is what she calls it. And then, you know, Seth's team. So, yeah, there's that. Okay, let's move on to another one. Now, this one's interesting. I have to give Julie credit on a couple things in this one, because Julie's a whole shit show in herself. But the upcoming is a little interesting because Julie is not part of the green team. She was not accepted into the green team. Julie just regurgitates rumors and has gone down the rumor mill. And Julie does, you know, she's creative in her own rights. Of course, she claims. But all right, buckle up. Here we go. I don't know why. Why did I choose these ones on a Friday afternoon? I should have gone for the better stuff, but you can tell I'm just like, ugh. Oh, let's get the full gist of Julie in here. The dramatics.
I'm going to pull up my screenshots from last night's.
The one thing I can say about Julie, I have to say,
The likely reason, in my opinion, that Julie didn't get accepted to the green team is most of the time she draws both eyebrows on. Her hair is substantially better than the rest on the green team. She showers and she actually dresses nice. Like Julie is always, she always appears to be looking better than everybody else combined on the green team. So I think Julie's style sense and her ability to shower and, you know, present herself probably was too much for the green team, if I'm being honest here. But Julie's still batshit crazy. She just presents herself facing in a very presentable way.
Gaslighting.
Trying to find appropriate words. Like, I don't like Julie, but Julie, I'm still waiting to talk to your publisher.
Session that I watched in total awe, but not in a good way.
Kramit, she is on a different level than Betty. As far as the disrespect to parents of missing children, she's up there. She is but she's on okay, so one difference I will set aside with Julie is Julie took all the rumors and actually put action behind them. If they weren't rumors and based in fact, that would be one thing. Julie's willing to put action behind what she believes in, which unfortunately is scary because she's believing in rumors and being misled by the green team rumors and allegations. But Julie will put action behind it from her seat. Bullhorn Betty just does everything for content purposes and shit storms and stuff. She don't really know what the fuck she's doing. She says she's an advocate, but has no clue how to put action behind anything. Betty's just a shit show. But Julie does put some action behind shit, which is dangerous. Julie has some looks too. Some looks. You were Elle Webby. You were shocked I was still showering after being. I'm shocked that you were showering after the year of being on YouTube. A lot of these YouTubers end up looking like MGL. I've had a few moments where I came on looking like MGL. I have had a few moments, but I usually don't turn the camera on.
I'm going to tell you.
Shower.
Hello, friend. I'm going to tell you right now, people are probably, it's early, super early in the morning. I have to go in a little bit because I've got places to be. And, but I was so upset last night.
Imagine
that
being upset.
I couldn't wait to talk about this, and people are not going to like what I have to say.
Okay, quick question to my Botox getters. Are her eyebrow separations and the one, is that Botox, or do we have Botox going on here or filter malfunction? Because she's able to really extend the one and the other one's kind of like down here hanging out. It's kind of like Betty's boobs. One has lift and the other one has droop.
Oh, I'm sorry to get you guys up early. I hope you were already up, but I don't think people are going to be very happy with what I have to say.
Is it a filter? Coating Botox?
Oh no, I'm sorry.
That's what I'm afraid I'm going to end up with.
I'm sorry for that. I'm going to try to put this in the best way possible, in the nicest way possible, with trying not to offend as many people as possible. But I cannot guarantee it. Good morning. I can't guarantee because I feel like I'm holding my tongue, and I mean, as much as I've been outspoken, good morning. As much as I've been outspoken, I have really held back. Honestly, for me, I've held back. And I cannot do it because I see I know gaslighting when I see gaslighting. And last night I saw gaslighting, and which was being endorsed by, somebody who's supposed to be an advisor in this situation.
Oh, who do you think she's about to call out on the green team?
And who should know better, and who should be directing everybody to call in the FBI. I mean, I don't know how I could say this any clearer to people. Sumner County cannot do, thank you. Sumner County cannot do this job alone. In the case of missing autistic child, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers.
Julie, Earth to Julie, come back to us for a moment here, Julie. I know you think we're the devils reincarnated over here, but Julie, it's actually Sumner County, the TBI, the FBI, and the Secret Service have all been involved from the very beginning in this case. So there's that. The FBI is actually the one who offered up to $50,000 reward for any information, and they are still the only one with a credible reward that I will reiterate about. Is the FBI up to $50,000. So they've all been involved. They're not doing it alone. Thank you. Carry on.
He has been missing for nearly 11 months. For 11 months, we have seen the Sheriff's Department of Sumner County mess up.
Miss Liverbird, I totally Liverbird. I always fuck your name up. Julie's an interesting character. I think I'm immune. I think I've hit my numb stage. I think I'm numb at this point. I don't think it's an attitude adjustment that I've calmed down. I think I'm just becoming numb to the fucking ridiculousness of these people. Like, I am so unimpressed. Like, there's nothing they can do to shock me at this point. Absolutely nothing that they can do to shock me. They don't scare me. They don't fucking shock me. Nothing. I'm just like, wash, fucking rinse, repeat every day, every fucking day. And now it's the last 2 weeks. I'm just so over it because the regurgitation of rumors, and then people talk about it. Even the people they don't even know where it was sourced or where this came from months ago. And it's like, can you at least, if you're going to fucking say that, no, there's no information, like tell them where this came from, because it's regurgitation of information that started off and didn't go to it. So they're retrying it again. Like, can we at least do that, people?
Everything possible
I do
from the beginning to right now, not assign the appropriate amount of help and resources necessary to solve this case, to find Sebastian, and to put the right people in jail. They don't have the manpower. They don't have the money. They don't have the resources. I don't like to yell this early in the morning, believe me.
Oh, okay.
You guys still there? Can you hear me? Put a 1 in the chat. Or are you just like stunned that Julie's waking up and yelling? Okay, thank you. I am beginning to think Chris from I would like to think Chris from Mob Crew is going to solve this, but I have to say, he cannot make arrests. And law enforcement has ignored him. As far as I could tell, they could be utilizing him and giving him access to things to bring him in to help. They don't have, the experience. Chris has done more for this case than Sumner County and every single one of its detectives has. But he doesn't have access to all the information. Meanwhile,
yeah, you heard what she's saying. Yeah.
An unscrupulous, lying PI who
Not unscrupulous, not Betty's word, no.
As being paid is going around and has all the footage he needs. Chris doesn't have that footage, but Steven Fisher
Mob crew, Chris.
has that footage, right? Law enforcement isn't sharing it with Chris. What I saw last night. Good morning. What I saw last night upset me very much. Did something happen last night? Some wonderful thing that happens, right? Did something wonderful? Yeah, would be nice. It would be nice if they would share that with Chris, what the PI has. But no, they're going to sit back in their offices and answer emails like this because they're not doing anything else. Sorry, I'm yelling in the morning. And everyone's going to jump for joy. Here's what I saw. I saw gaslighting last night. I saw a whole group of people who have dedicated themselves to finding Sebastian Rogers, who are people who care about Sebastian, who care about Seth.
Mob crew actually cares about the GoFundMe and the cases that he's making money off. Tell me I'm wrong. Sorry. Mob crew is no different than the rest of these people. He don't care about Sebastian. He thinks he's going to solve the case and get a reward and some accolades and then be seen as something, and it's going to boost his sub count and, you know, so on and so forth. It's all personal investment for monetary gain, but carry on. They don't know this child, didn't even know. He came in months late, and then he made sure to drop his GoFundMe, and, you know, he's about the BJ level of the grifting.
Who want to see the perpetrators of any harm done to him and put them in jail. But if they don't call in the FBI, the people who are hired SF investigates, and all their band of thieves together, and a clan of a family who sticks together, thick as thieves, the Proudfoots and the Bowersocks, the real perpetrators of horrible things. We heard from Nina's daughter yesterday.
Again, there's no verification. That's 100% Nina's daughter. And again, what does it have to do with finding Sebastian? That was their experience, if that's valid or real. And again, it has nothing to do with anything. Okay, carry on.
Do you think she wants justice? Do you think she wants that family held accountable?
It's not her family, so it's her mom's ex, if that was her. So there's that. Brianna says, why would Ellie share an independent PI's video footage with a YouTuber? I'm confused. Yeah, Bri, I can't answer that. I'm sorry. That fails me too. Thank you for the support. Ugh. Revival, I can already feel it's going to be a rough week and a half. By the way, Kyle went back to work today, so you guys are going to get sick of me and my attitude, I'm sure, over the next week and a half.
Guess what? We leave it in the hands of Sumner County and one friggin' sheriff named Carter. You think it's going to happen? No, it's not enough. Brandon Carter, Bobby Carter can't do it alone. He cannot do it alone. I don't understand. He answers one freaking email and says, well, what do you think? Well, what makes the most sense? And guess what? It's a criminal investigation. Woohoo! We're going to throw a freaking party because he calls it a criminal investigation. Of course it's a criminal investigation. And I I can tell you this is the only thing I'm working on.
I was looking to see, Mob Crew might have taken his GoFundMe down. Hold on, I'm gonna go back to, I'll see if he's still got it on some of his videos. He might have taken it down. He had a GoFundMe up for a while on his Sebastian videos. I'll go see if I can find it. I reviewed it and pointed it out.
Well, guess what? We already knew that just you working on it is not enough. It's not enough. We need the FBI. I'm telling you, we need the FBI because you don't know where his loyalties truly lie. Detective Carter. Because they could be split. He wants to solve the case. He wants to put the perpetrators in jail. And at the same time, he wants to keep his job and not get his boss in trouble. Do you understand? Does everybody understand that? He's trying to figure out how to appease the public while covering up all the not just missteps by the sheriff's department, literally not enforcing the law, literally taking phone calls, back-end phone calls, and believing and themselves being gaslighted and bullshitted by the biggest bullshitter of all, Chris Proudfoot.
Speaking of bullshitters, I found it. I found what you want. Hold on. Because I can, I'm going to. So, the Mob Crew. Let me go over here and show you this. Show you this tab. Okay, scrolling down. In his description box, this is his August 22, 2024 video. Link to my personal GoFundMe. Help support Chris Hall in his mission to finding the missing. $1,877 raised. Hi, my name is Chris Hall, and I'm reaching out to you with heartfelt plea for help. As a YouTube content creator, I have dedicated my life to helping families of missing people locate their loved ones. It's a mission I'm devoted to and one that I want to continue for many years to come. However, I'm currently facing a serious financial crisis and I may need your help. Who I am. A few years ago, I faced an incredible challenging period in my life. Due to health issues, I became unable to work and subsequently found myself homeless. During that difficult time, I promised myself that if I ever regained stability, I would dedicate my life to helping others. I started a YouTube channel focused on finding missing people and giving a voice to those who have been forgotten. Thanks to the support of an amazing community, my channel has grown over 80,000 subs. Together, we have made a difference in the lives of many families. Really? Bringing hope and sometimes closures to those who need it most. Why I need your help. Despite the growth of my channel, I'm still struggling to achieve the financial stability I desperately need. I know I am blessed to have the opportunity to make YouTube my career, but the revenue from my YouTube channel isn't enough to cover all my financial obligations. Without immediate help, I'm at risk of losing my apartment, my car, and bankruptcy. How your donation will help. I am seeking to raise $5,000 by the end of July 2024 to cover my essential bills and personal finances, as well as invest in field work to help find missing people. Specifically, I'm personally financially invested into finding Aiden Clune and bringing him home to his mother and family. Your financial support will allow me to continue my work in the field, searching for missing people and providing crucial support to their families, as well as covering my personal expenses. Your donations will ensure that I can focus on this vital work without the fear of financial ruin. The impact of your support, your generosity and kindness will profoundly impact my life and the lives of families I am dedicated to assisting. With your support, I can continue to bring attention to missing persons cases, offering hope and assistance in those in desperate need. Together, we can make a difference and ensure that no one is forgotten. Urgency of the situation. Many of my financial obligations are on a monthly cycle, and without your help, I risk losing everything I've worked so hard to build. Your immediate support can prevent this from happening and allow me to continue my mission and help us continue to build our community. Thank you for taking the time to read my story. Any donation, no matter how small, will bring me one step closer to financial stability and allow me to continue my work. Please consider sharing this campaign with your friends, family, and social networks to help spread the word. Much love and thanks, Chris Hall. That's the mob crew. It's Liverbird. Thank you for becoming a member. Yeah, okay. Carry on.
I know he's all over it, but don't you understand? I love Chris from Mob Crew. This isn't about Chris from Mob Crew.
Chasing, I know he has been out searching for Aiden Clune. Other than that, I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know.
Chris from Mob Crew is doing everything he can with literally nothing practically to work with. And he alone has done more to bring this case forward than anybody else in that detective department.
Oh, really?
But they aren't
by repeating the same rumors and recycling the same rumors and garbage that isn't helping or hasn't helped find Sebastian. He's doing so much though, right? Okay, carry on.
But they're not sharing information with him. He can't solve a crime when he can't get the information. I believe Chris alone could solve that crime. Bobby Carter, detective, cannot solve it. How can Chris solve a crime that he doesn't have access to the footage?
He's not going. But if he thinks he can solve a crime, why doesn't he go work for the FBI or go to the police academy or something of that nature? Like, why doesn't he actually get a job that he could potentially help solve if he's got the skill level required? I'm assuming there's a reason why, because his skill level might not be that of actually being law enforcement, maybe, or private eye. I'm not really sure here, but this is weird, Julie.
SF Investigates, who is trying to fix this whole thing for the Proudfoot so they walk, has access to that footage, is in fact, perhaps, theoretically, in my opinion, doctoring the footage that is being put out to the public. Having a bunch of...
Chasing, you've got to be fucking kidding me. See, I don't pay attention either. I never go and watch people's super chats, but if you look it up, he averages about 2,000 to 2,500 per live stream. That's a pretty good amount for a... That's a fucking... Per live stream or per month? Per live stream or month? That's super chats alone. Wait, per live stream or... I think my mouth just hit the fucking floor. I've never... Hold on, I gotta make sure. My mouth just hit the fucking floor. 2,000 to 2,500 per live stream? I think my jaw is on the fucking floor. Hey, Bluefish. Oh my God. Okay, I need to... Holy...
dopes out there doing testing of lighting to disprove Chris, okay?
I'm telling you, you guys, we are up against a fucking monster, and it's getting worse and worse every day. There is people... Okay. But even 200 to 300, I mean, holy shit. Okay. Thank you, Chasing. I was like, wait. Holy shit. People like, I mean, we listened to Jessica Kent, who has almost 1 million subs, say the professionals were telling her chatters are about 2,000 per stream, money is about 250 average. But I mean, still, that's.
We need the FBI. They didn't do, the detective department didn't do all the things.
I think he's another one, though, too, on that note, Chasing, that posts his PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App more frequently than the ones that I've been in there. I think they send him a lot more on those apps, and then he like writes them down or something. Yeah. They're making bank. I mean, the professionals are telling people to get into true crime like they did Jessica Kent because that's where the money is. And as you can see, it takes no skill set to call yourself true crime, unfortunately.
And here's what I saw happen last night. I saw gaslighting. I saw somebody, we don't know.
I do, Revival. Wait, Revival, did somebody actually say that? That it's running across the bottom of my screen? Did somebody say that? Fucking people. What? Is that what you... I might have missed what you said earlier. I didn't catch that.
By the way, I wrote to Detective Carter. You know that? More than once. The most I get back from him is received, right? Real tips.
Oh, the racist can't read either. Okay. All right. That makes sense, Revival. Of course. It doesn't matter if it's factual or not. They just say it. Okay. All right.
Real photos. Not questions. Except the question is, when are you going to enforce the child abuse laws that have been violated and this child's been missing for 10 months? I don't know how many detectives. I have no idea. 4, 10? I don't know. They only got one guy working on the job, and they told us that from the beginning. Why do they not want the FBI? Why not the FBI? Because Bobby Carter in Sumner County and Sheriff Mellenhead are the best men for the job. They're better than the FBI. Give me a fucking break. They are not better than the FBI. They need the FBI.
Julie, calm down. The FBI offered up to $50,000 reward. The FBI is involved. Julie, they did a petition after the FBI was already involved too. There was a petition started to get the FBI to take over, which didn't go anywhere. Julie, at the 6-month anniversary, the FBI came out and offered up to $50,000 reward. They've been involved. Didn't you know that Bullhorn Betty claims that Seth Rogers is working directly with the FBI, and that's how the $50,000 reward came out? Did you forget all that, Julie? Probably.
If Chris from the Mob Crew had access to all the information that he would need to solve it, yeah, I think he would. That's how good this guy is. Detective Carter is no Chris from the Mob Crew. Sir, you, sir, are no Chris from the Mob Crew. Yeah, they got all of it. SF has all the video he needs. Chris lives in another state far away.
Oh yeah, Revival is right on who it is. She's been talking all random shit over there. Moon and Chroma, one of BJ's I stay away. That woman said the N-word over and over and over and over and over again. And then people are like, yeah, nope. No, she can say what all she wants. I stay away from people like that. No, thank you. Not interested. Won't get reviewed. Won't give attention. Nope.
SF and his band of thieves are on the ground in Hendersonville doing God knows what, getting all the video footage. They can doctor the footage. They can make pictures. They could plant evidence if they want to. You think this one dude, Bobby Carter,
Promise, Ari. Promise on that one.
is
Promise.
going to be able to follow
Ari, that's what that one wants. That's no. Promise you on that one.
all of these band of thieves around? In not to mention Chris Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, Terry Bowersocks, Kathy Bowersocks, Danny Guy, Melissa Proudfoot, Cassie Proudfoot.
So now we're just going down the whole family tree, screaming their names out. And for what?
And who knows who else in their family. Thank you, Cassie. Cassie, I'm so happy you're here today. Because you see, we cannot be fooled. We can't be fooled.
Julie, you're fooling yourself at this point because you're not even checking your own fucking facts.
Don't you realize that
No.
email that was read last night on Justin's Live was meant to buy more time for this sheriff's department. I can't think of a good comparison without cursing.
YouTube bad actors. Should I scold you for this? I know 30% goes to YouTube, but just want to thank you for calling out these assholes. Gossiping, sewing circles are now online spreading hate. Yeah, I don't even think these women would have been invited to sewing circles. I don't think they could be trusted with needles, if I'm being honest, YouTube bad actors. Thank you for the support. But I think that might be weapons. So sewing circles probably were not safe for them either, in my opinion. Again, thank you for the support.
Yeah, but guess what? I'm so glad that we are pointing out that SF Investigates is a total fraudster who is capable.
Oh, hold the fuck up right quick. There's a couple things I want to address. Revival, if you stay to the end, will you remind me before I end, or one of you remind me to address the fucking crazy bitch that says I've been following her around chat to chat? Will you remind me to address that? Thank you.
Of actually doctoring evidence potentially, who's capable of hiring criminals
Thank
to
you.
do criminal things in order to get his clients off. If we leave this case to Bobby Carter, Chris will walk. He will walk. Katie might go to jail, but Chris Proudfoot will not go to jail.
Can any... what was in your coffee this morning, Julie? Because there's a lot of audacity. That's all I'm seeing. There was a lot of audacity in that fucking coffee this morning.
Of course, they knew they were going to release the letter. Every time I've written to Bobby...
I'm going to read that comment. Hold on. To be fair, Chris from Mob Crew went out searching for Dylan Rounds and worked with EquiSearch and Dylan's parents. He took hours of drones footage. He also helped search for Aiden Clunes. Betty Ballbuster, thank you for that. I'll give credit where credit is due. Great for him that he's out assisting, but he's still running with regurgitated rumors and making them into something he's still, yeah, my opinion doesn't change at all. But thank you for stating what he has done. I appreciate. Feisty Nana, you never ask but deserve so much more for all you do to expose the BS. Thank you. Feisty Nana, thank you for the support. I appreciate you guys.
Bobby Carter, he's either A, not written me back with real evidence, or B, when I demanded it, wrote back, received. I said, can you at least write back to me, received, so I know you got this? And he wrote, received, one time. But this guy,
Sarah, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana.
whoever wrote to him the other day, and it went to Justin, who read it on a live, he's got time to do a back and forth email paragraphs. I'm dedicating my whole job to this bullshit and bullshit. I can't talk about it, but it is a criminal investigation. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Who gives a shit? We know what it is. We're supposed to give you a fucking medal because you called it a criminal investigation?
I kind of do like Audacity coffee filled Julie in the morning. I do kind of like this though, because she's got some energy today. She's getting it.
Something it's been from day one.
And she's kind of getting it against the green team a little bit and giving some jabs in there. And she's off her rocker, but okay. Nothing has changed that.
This guy SF is dangerous. I'm telling you guys, he's dangerous. I made a live. Go back and watch my lives. When he started on Bobby's property, the neighbor, indicting, making accusations against her children, I said, I have never been more scared about the outcome of this case than I am right now. These people are capable of blaming teenagers in the neighborhood. I have to get a drink of water. Give me 1 second.
Well, I do agree that was dangerous and reckless to mention that. And again, YouTube creators need to let law enforcement do their work, but people are desperate to run with anything. So again, not shocked, but I believe Bobby's a nosy neighbor and her children are probably weird, but I don't believe that there's anything else more than that unless law enforcement states it. So there's that. Well, she's worked up. She's worked up. Yeah, she needs more coffee. I don't care what she's drinking. It's a whole lot of audacity. It's a whole lot of audacity. Let her have her day.
If my sister, who's a psychologist,
I drank my Diet Coke, aka my don't give a fuck juice today, so she can have her audacity, water, coffee, whatever it
were
is.
here right now, she would say, Julie, dial it back, dial it back, dial it back. And I'd say, I do dial it back. And my sister goes to me, okay, when you're at a 10 and you dial it back to a 5, she goes, your 5, what I think is a 5, is everybody else's 15. Like, I am like so over it. So this is what happened. Well, let's start with this. I believe that it's very possible that Chris Proudfoot and Katie told some bullshit story to a friend of theirs in the detective department, don't know who, in the sheriff's department, to make sure they didn't really search their house or whatever. Just to, whatever bullshit. He's like, hey, dude, this is your friend Chris. Whatever bullshit I say today, this is not word for word, clearly. Whatever bullshit I say today, just go along with it, okay? We're dudes. We're friends. We're buddies. All right? Thanks. And don't bring any luminol, and don't search the house, and don't bring any of that yellow tape, to tape off the scene, right?
Yeah, the house has been searched numerous times. We've heard Seth just recently say that dogs were in and out of the house. They were in the vehicle, like around the vehicles. We heard all that in the timeline.
But Joanna, listen to me.
Bree says she's got to live up to that Meyer Linsky family connection she never knew existed until 6 months ago, you know? She's practically related to Lucky Luciano, don't you know? Is that the Gangster in the Family book that I'm being sued over? Bree? Thank you for the super chat. Chances are that's probably the Gangster in the Family book that I'm being sued over, according to Julie.
Yeah. Bobby Carter said what we all know. Did we need Bobby Carter to tell us when they say, well, what kind of car do you, or whatever he says, whatever idiotic thing he says, you know, what's your shoe size? You know, law enforcement told me I can't answer that. I mean, he says law enforcement tells me I can't answer that for everything. We needed Bobby Carter to tell us that law enforcement didn't really say. I mean, they don't tell Seth not to say that. Katie said it. But you, Chris, they tell not to say it, right? Yeah, Casey says, yeah, that was awesome. TBI knew that person would release that letter. That's called gaslighting, ladies and gentlemen. It's called gaslighting. We didn't need Detective Carter to tell us this is a criminal investigation, okay? I mean, it's nice to hear it, but so what? So what? We didn't need Detective Carter to affirm to us that Chris Proudfoot has been lying when he says, law enforcement says I can't answer that. Right? We didn't need him. We didn't need law enforcement to tell us that Chris Proudfoot is full of shit. We've known that from day one. No, we did not tell Chris Proudfoot. We can't tell anybody to say anything. Right? Did your previous comment post? Let me see. In my opinion, thank you, Sonny. A lot of law enforcement have big egos. It's going on a year. It's time to swallow pride and get help from the FBI. Exactly. They are bullshitting us. They are gaslighting us. And we're eating it with a spoon. We take every little.
I mean, you're the one that asked to sit at their table and have been bugging them to ask you to sit at their table. So choose a fork next time. What the fuck are we doing here, Julie?
They throw at us and go, oh, yippee. You told Chris. No, you didn't. He didn't give it. We knew he was lying. He knows he's lying. He doesn't give a shit. All he cares about is that this.
We also know that Seth, when he spoke to law enforcement, there was things that they didn't disclose or didn't want disclosed too. Like, okay, carry on, Julie.
Crime isn't solved, or that they only dedicate one detective a day. Meanwhile, they got clan. They got the whole Proudfoot clan. They got the whole Bowersox clan. They got SF Investigates, who has all the videotape.
Oh, no, she definitely doesn't take weekends off. Usually that's her prime time.
Who's accusing neighbors, doctoring film, in my opinion.
No, partly not.
Threatening Nick the Hat and them.
Hartley, I don't think she's going to make the green team. She was throwing some underhanded shade at Spanky from Clutch Those Pearls and underhanded shade at Tony. So I'm thinking she probably isn't going to make the team.
Calling everybody who's helping into question. Nick the Hat, Chris from Mob Crew. Oh, you're wrong. Blah, 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 blah. Right? He's got his whole band of YouTube haters putting out videos, spinning stories. What do we got? Oh, Seth's going to go on Lore Lodge. Guess what? So is SF. And I
She's so mad she's spitting FF instead of FF. She's so pissed.
guarantee SF has something up his sleeve for that appearance.
Who gives a shit about the Boar Lodge? Seriously, the guy that's a wannabe jester? I mean, you tell me.
Seth should be on national TV. And his advisor should spend his time doing something better in the evening.
Pika, I'm good with it. If you guys are all good with it, closed captioning isn't on. So if this gets too out of control, we're speeding her up. She's going to even look more unhinged when you speed her up.
And going from one YouTube channel to another YouTube channel going, hey, everybody, I'm here.
See, just a 0.25 really increases it. You want to see her at 1.5? It's real fun. She had a lot of get up and go this morning.
Talking to the same 10,000 people every night when we need to be talking to the world.
Chasing this morning, about 6 hours ago, probably about 7 hours ago now, 8 hours ago. Yeah, she got bread. Her and Betty both woke up feeling spunky today.
He literally wrote last night. This was the email, okay?
They got the memo, fuck it up Friday. Fuck it all Friday. Throw caution to the wind and just say whatever you want. I mean, that's pretty much every day in these guys' world, but...
I have a question for you. Chris Proudfoot says that he doesn't have to say certain things because law enforcement told me I don't have to say, he doesn't have to say certain things. And Seth has said that he says things, and is that true? Right? And is this a criminal investigation or not? And he writes back, it is a criminal investigation. Am I supposed to do a cartwheel? It's been a criminal investigation. Hi, Ginger. It's been a criminal investigation. Except they only assign one person a day to it. Yeah, they do. Women's Warrior says, Julie, every time you say that you're going to do something about LE lack of action, they do something like this is damage control. But it's not that I am upset at Bobby Carter or the sheriff's department for gaslighting us, right? If CP was protecting KP, then he would have never mentioned her name in the alleged Voices video. It's all a setup. Ellie is on it too. Yeah. SF is going at it with Mob Crew, right? SF is going at it with Mob Crew. SF is going at it with Nick the Hat. SF is going at it with Bobby Carter. SF is going at it with Bullhorn Betty. And he'll go at it with law enforcement by any means necessary, even if it means planting evidence. Bobby Carter cannot follow all these band of idiots. They're not idiots, actually. Band of thieves around Sumner County. These people are on the ground.
Sorry, I was muted. Hartley, that's the next video I have pulled up for us to review. That was going on when I came live. Betty and her fucking weird shit. We're going to wrap back around to Betty, too. We still have a few more spots to go. We're almost done.
Who was it who answered back? I'm sorry, Brandon Carter. Brandon Carter. You're right. Carter. Detective Carter. Sorry. Detective Carter. Listen, Georgie girl, I love Lord Lodge. But you have to imagine, people are used to a fair playing field, right? People are used to, when you go to a match, following the same rules, right? I'm going to present actual factual evidence. Whereas with SF, I'm going to bring manufactured evidence. Evidence that's not real to counter your real evidence. to lead everybody astray. He's not going to play fair. He shouldn't even have a platform.
Revival. Wait, the woman I stalk is here. Trooper's mom. Where are you? Trooper's mom hasn't got it going on. Why wait? Tell your chat. How you know every comment I make in every platform I visit. Wait, huh? Yes, you're a creep. Follow me around. Bye. Sebastian Raindrake Rogers Army. At least I can defend myself. Trooper's mom, you're a fucking weird bitch. First of all, I pointed out a few comments that you made in comment sections, such as smileys, because you were over there saying that I think it was your brother lived in the same neighborhood as the Proudfoots, and you go from chat to chat, meaning smileys, to Brittany's, and all the people I review, you follow around the same weird things and run with the same shit. Pick me, look at me, woo, look at me. But your comment yesterday actually says, let me just remind you really quick, because it's even more interesting than what you put in here today. Your comment yesterday in BJ's chat says, Sarah, talking to Sarah's Suspicions, who's a gross vile bitch too. Nonsense calls me a biatch. Yeah, I mean, do you want a tissue? I call a lot of people bitches. And follows me around on streams all day. Trooper's mom, I'm sorry to deflate you, but no, you just happen to appear in some of the people I review, and it's easy to see you doing the same shit every day, and we laugh occasionally. I think you've been mentioned over here maybe twice, 3 times now. But definitely don't follow you around platform to platform. Don't flatter yourself. You're of no importance. You're just another weirdo that's inserted themselves and acts like they have firsthand knowledge of things. But please seek help, because if somebody's watching you, it's definitely not me. You're not even remotely my type or an interest level that I would. You're pretty boring. So I'm not going to waste my whole day when I actually have a job and other shit to do, called a real life. Yeah, you're not going to take up any time of that, but I'm so glad that you came in here to defend yourself. Okay, carry on. That's all you got.
Form to talk on.
Oh, and to the next one. Judy Albert. Who the fuck are you? Let me just handle these all at once. Judy Albert, come to the front of the class, since I know their subs are getting the memo. Who are you? And when did I ever berate you over becoming a member at BJ's? I don't even know who you are, let alone have I ever given you attention and berated you for becoming a member at BJ's. I don't fucking know who's members at BJ's. I don't give a fuck. Send her money. Join the green team. Join the gummy squad. Do it all. Why are you guys so fucking weird and just make shit up to fit in with these girls that don't give 2 fucks about you? Like, why are you so weird? And one more. Sarah's Suspicions. Just like Nonsense can get away with doing what she says she goes against. What am I doing that I say I go against? What am I fucking doing, Sarah? I'm the only one calling it out. 100. Sarah, if you're calling anything out, you lost attention from anybody a long time ago when you looked like the lying buffoon shaming people, especially women, for infertility issues. Nobody gives a fuck about you and your weird shit either. Anybody else want some attention? Line up. I'm here, bitches. You know what's going to happen too? Trooper's mom's going to go back over to the chats and be like, oh, I confronted Nonsense. I'm a Billy badass. I'm going to Nonsense this chat. Yeah, I mean, you're obviously here quite often. I mean, anybody else? Line up. Fucking line up. You guys drinking on Julie's Audacity coffee? I mean, why do you just lie about shit? Like, if I actually cuss you out, like if your name's Marlena or Marlene or whatever the fucking lady is, like, she has reason to be like, yeah, nonsense. Yeah, I sure as fuck did. I ripped your ass. Yep. Judy Albert, I don't fucking know who you are. Come in here so I can do it and give you a reason to cry. Like, at least if you claim I did it, at least let us know where so we can go laugh about it. Because I'm sure I'd stand right here on the same shit. Judy used to be one of us. No, she definitely wasn't one of us. She broke our heart by kissing TikTok Tony's ass. It wasn't you who went in on her. It was Ange. And yeah, see, I don't even know. Julie was never one of me. Let me just say that. Julie was never one of mine. Never. Trust and believe. I know who the Islanders are. And even the OG Islanders that pop around. Yeah, I don't know or recognize the. No. Watch her. You up to. I'm just joking. Thank you for the support, though. But thank you for pointing that out. Super chat, because I want your attention. True love has 4 paws. You guys are smart asses. You guys are smart asses. And I love it. I love it. Thank you for the support. Okay. All right. Quick derail. Back to Julie. Trooper's mom. You were just talking about me yesterday in BJ's comment section. I would never mention you anytime or anywhere. Trooper's mom. On BJ's second channel, you, ma'am, mentioned me yesterday. Trying to be a pick-me girl and get attention from people you wanted to fit in with. There was factually 464 people in attendance at the moment. And you were like, look at me, I'm picked on too. Yay, me. Poor nonsense is so fucking mean to all of us. No, you're weird. You're fucking weird. Inserting yourself like you have firsthand knowledge of a case, and your sibling or whoever it is probably will change day by day, lives in the neighborhood, and you know stuff. Yeah, you're weird. Okay. Go back to not mentioning me anywhere. Oh, should I do the BJ thing? Because you seem to really be flattered by that. Love you so much from the bottom of my black soul. Okay. That's about as fake as BJ. So, and definitely no love attached, but there you go.
He's so full of shit. All he does is damage and hurt people. Listen, law enforcement, Detective Carter never answers emails like that. Detective Carter answered that email on purpose with that answer to pacify. Here, green team. Here's your pacifier. Here's your pacifier so you don't yell anymore, so you stay. That's Detective Carter. Stay quiet. Stop asking for the FBI. Every time I hear say, law enforcement, they're really going to do it. No, it's really. No, you have to be patient everybody, because the reason you have to be patient is because we only have one shot at this. No, you don't. How about press charges for child abuse? Just pick one of the many felonies. Save. All right, you got 19 felonies. Charge them with one big one and save the other 18 for your court case. It doesn't have to be an all or nothing thing. They're letting you think it has to be all or nothing. It has to be perfect. We know he's been abused. You're not going to get any more evidence of abuse than we already have, or they've already been able to gather in the 10 months he's been missing. Okay? It's it. It's done. We know it. They are walking the streets, hurting people. They showed video, right? Cassie called me about it last night. Katie, big thing on her head. What's that from? Yeah. Lolly told her.
All right, mods, we just see she can be. Hold on, I'll just time her out for a few. Trooper's mom, again, don't flatter yourself. I'm definitely not following you around. It just so happens that you frequent all of the piece of shit channels that run with narratives that are very destructive and harmful in a missing child's case. So again, if you feel like this is a self-reflection of the channels that you participate in, and you have a conscious about being seen in all of these people's chats and cheering on all the fuckery, again, that's a you thing. I'm definitely not following you around and not going to start. You're fucking weird. Get a grip. And yeah, I have called you a biatch because you're a weird fucking biatch. Okay. Enough attention for you.
Followers about my petition, and CNY family told and showed it too, and read it, and go back and watch the CNY families video, not the last one, with the one before last, where they showed my petition at the end. They actually take the first 30 minutes to document all the corruption in Sumner County, all the sheriff's officers who have been arrested just in the last few years for corruption. And why were tips going to Blanche? Exactly. They were not following up on tips. They weren't taking any of this seriously. They don't want to investigate. They want you and me to shut the hell up and stop asking for FBI. No, I didn't see. A letter to Sebastian himself? Are you saying Women's Warrior? They can do a lot of damage while they're out. Katie could be getting beaten right now. We don't know. Katie, her life could be in danger right now. As much as I hate Katie for what she did and what she allowed to happen to Sebastian, I don't want her to be.
Her internet's even canceling her at this point in time. Her internet says, ma'am, we are having trouble coming through. So you have Betty praying for all the worst prayers this morning, and now we have this one making blatant accusations and then saying things like this. What error are you guys? Is there a front coming in on the East Coast that we need to be warned about? Is there blimps in the air again? Like, are you guys okay on the East Coast? Because she's on the northern East Coast and Betty's on the Florida somewhere. Like, are you guys okay over there? Do we need to check on our friends on the East Coast? Are you getting air circulation still? What is happening? Everybody okay? Because this isn't okay. These people are not okay.
Killed. They could plant evidence. They could do any kind of unscrupulous thing. You have no idea. And Bobby is one guy. They got 60 people out there. They got an army out there. And we got, not Bobby, I'm sorry. We got Detective Carter. That's it. And a sheriff's department that has been mired.
Niece, I have been afraid for their safety for a long time. Betty said today that, like, I think that there's a lot of people that would probably be okay if somebody self-harmed. I hate to say that. That's a horrible thing to say. But when they say things like they wouldn't care, and they have been inciting horrible things to be done to this family all along, when you have people like Dog the Bounty Hunter who came out and said people could, citizens arrest them, and then people like Subaru Steve took it a level further and tried to incite his audience, and now it's been happening for months on end. Like, I'm genuinely concerned for the entire extended family's safety because they are just terrible. Oh, yep, it was terrible. 100% agree. And she's regurgitating, yep, you'll remember this because you were around for it. She's regurgitating the lies once again from Sweetie Pilo that happened back in April. So that's they've been trying to find a way to work that in.
In corrupt, they're trying to save their own asses at this moment. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to pacify the public so we don't call the FBI. Julie Clue wrote a letter to Sebastian.
Liza, no, Subaru Steve is not new. I've reviewed him quite a few times. He does Tuesday segments. He will be dedicating every Tuesday of the rest of his life until Sebastian is found. He is one of the 1,000 channels that will replace Betty if her voice is silenced. He makes up crazy, crazy conspiracies and says the wildest shit. Usually that's a Kyle specialty. Kyle usually cusses them out and just says, fuck you, Steve, over and over again, because that's basically all you can say to this guy. He is just pure vitriolic hate towards Chris and Katie. He's an older gentleman who says he also has sermons on YouTube on Sundays. Yeah, it's a whole weird thing, but he is kind of a typical over here too. We just haven't reviewed him since Kyle's been sick.
It was to mock Nina's daughter. Listen, can I say something? And this is a person who's working with SF, somebody who would write a disgusting letter to a missing child, to mock a child, a girl who was extremely brave after being traumatized by Kathy Bowersox and her son, Chris Proudfoot. She was abused. She saw her mother be abused. She saw her brother be abused. She saw them try to steal her sister.
And again, we don't have proof that's 100% written by that person. Again, even if that was the person's experience or what, never should be brought into this. Oh, Liza, yeah, it's a whole interesting situation there with Super Steve. There's no proof that that's actually what it is.
And keep her away from her mother. And these people are mocking her. And guess what? They work with SF. And Detective Carter doesn't even speak on this shit. He won't even talk about it. He doesn't tell anything. The only thing he'll say is, yes, I did it. That's terrific. But we need 50 of you. And better equipment. And yes, Catsy, you wrote me about the cameras. They've had access to cameras. They've had access to things. They don't want to solve the crime. They don't want to, they're trying to cover their own asses. They have themselves in trouble with this case. Or total failures and, you know, the guy writes a letter, or whoever wrote a letter. Can you tell me if it's a criminal case? Can you tell me if it's true that he doesn't have to tell everybody something because he doesn't have to tell people that, you know, something because law enforcement says he doesn't have to. And Bobby writes back, it is a criminal investigation. And law enforcement can't tell anybody anything. So what? We knew that. Why are we clapping? Literally, the advisor in this case, okay, on our side, who spends his nights going from one YouTube channel to another YouTube channel. Hey, everybody, get to work. Don't talk to the same 10,000 people over and over every night. Get him out there on national TV, international TV, anybody you could speak to. That mother of a hostage, she was out there to save her son who died tragically. She got a meeting with the Pope. This mother got a meeting with the Pope. She got a meeting, 2 meetings with Biden. She got meetings with presidents of countries. And we got a guy talking to the same YouTubers every night and saying about this thing about Carter. Yes, I'm dedicating this. Yeah. And we just have to be patient because we only have one shot at this. Bullshit, 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 bullshit.
Julie, come back to earth here because it's about the optics and public perception. They are playing the social media optics. That's where, oh God, you don't get it. You don't get it.
And why aren't you? And he never answered my question, Detective Carter. Are you going to enforce the child abuse laws that have already been committed in your county by the Proudfoots against Sebastian? Are you going to? Bold letters, capital, underline, with a question mark. That one he didn't answer. But this one, he answered. No, we can't tell anybody anything. And then we got...
Meg, can I be on that list too, please? At this point, sign me up. Please and thank you.
Somebody writing in. Hold on. After reading the letter where it says it is a criminal investigation. Ooh, and guess what? Chris can say whatever he wants. Law enforcement didn't tell us to tell him anything. Ooh, I'm not trying to mock you guys or anybody else. Okay? But because we're so invested in this, we're so desperate for any sign of good luck, you know, that I will, but I'm not worried about the letter. What I'm worried about is Sebastian's army just got handed pacifiers and are going to sit on their asses and suck on them. Sorry. Okay? Law enforcement is gaslighting you. Spit out the pacifier and don't believe the hype. It's bullshit. He has dual loyalties, okay? He has a loyalty to solve this crime, yeah. He also has a loyalty to save his job and not get his boss in trouble. We are not pacified. Okay, Star, I apologize. You're right. Because I get worried because Tony Mathis wrote here.
Ooh, the shade.
I took a screenshot. I couldn't believe it. Where is it? In Carter we trust. In Carter we trust.
Julie, Tony writes a lot of things in chats on purpose. That's what a national spokesperson does, according to him. He writes a lot of things in YouTube chats to build hype around situations. Kind of like when he tried to do the whole thing of there was proof that they had communication and stuff from outside the home that never came true. You know, that's Tony's get up. That's his shtick. That's his part in this whole situation.
Chris is going to walk. I'm telling you, if it's in the hands of Sumner County, they're going to blame Katie, and Chris will walk. He will have abused Sebastian. He won't be prosecuted for child abuse. He won't be convicted because he's got his whole family to be his alibis and be each other's alibis. He's got a hired PI who will do anything necessary and has all the footage to doctor. I mean, thank God we have Chris from Mob Crew, who was
Yeah, and Chris, we don't trust from Mob Crew.
like, wait a second. He's showing you this car is the Uber driver in this, but actually it's not the Uber driver because look, it's not this. What if we didn't have him?
We have law enforcement who actually has all of the footage and all of the comings and goings in the neighborhood, you know, on cameras. Okay.
And the day of court comes and he shows something like that and says, it's just the Uber driver. And if you think that's his last trick up his sleeve, SF, you're wrong. He's got an armful of tricks. He hasn't even started yet with his tricks. They're trying. I keep saying Bobby Carter. I'm sorry. I apologize. Detective Carter. I know there's Bobby Simmons and Brandon Carter. Okay. Detective Carter and that email was intended to pacify us, to stop getting everybody to try to ask for the FBI. Seth had the right instincts from the start. We need the FBI. He knew it from the beginning.
He did. You're right on that. He did know that the FBI was involved from the beginning. He knew that the FBI was involved from the beginning. That's why the petition that was started after the FBI was already involved was meritless. He wanted them to take over the investigation. That didn't happen, but he's factually known from the jump that the FBI has been involved. Again, I take you back to the 6-month anniversary of Sebastian going missing, and the FBI came out and offered up to $50,000 reward, Julie. That's the only legitimate reward offered.
They didn't talk to him for 6 months. They treated him like shit.
Then how did he?
Imagine that was your child. Now they want to make nicey nice. And
how does that make sense there, Julie, when Betty claims that it was because of Seth working with the FBI that the reward was offered? How are you again, this is why you're not a part of the green team, because you can't even run the right green team narratives. You're supposed to get in line, Julie. You need to get your talking points from the releases. Come on.
And say, oh, no. We're doing this. And we're going to
go and roll.
And Blanche, we trust. The phone line is bullshit. There is no phone line. And if the email address is Detective Carter, who has time to answer emails with the tips, you don't have another detective going through it and seeing which he should answer, which he shouldn't. You don't have enough people working on the case. He cannot keep eyes on the ground of all these people moving around. Can he keep track of Cluminati and her husband moving around? Can he keep track of Chris and Terry and Danny moving all around? Can he keep track of all these people? SF investigates his buddy Crimson doing all this kind of stuff.
Well, first and foremost, law enforcement is going to pay attention to things that actually involve Sebastian's disappearance, not to the noise and the characters who have inserted themselves. So strip all the people away that you just named, because those are YouTube creators who inserted themselves, in my opinion, mostly for personal gain or attention. Strip it back to the core here of Sebastian's disappearance. They're going to be keeping track of who they think is involved in actually if something happened to Sebastian, not all these random names out here that you're just spewing. But okay.
You want to make nice, so Seth shuts everybody up, pressure off. Bring baby home and we'll shut up. Exactly. We need the FBI. They're not going to do it, but that's the point. I mean, here's the thing. It's not about that. It's about we need to send Aiden all the receipts about SF before the interview. Right. But what happens? But listen, let's say he gets to the interview and Aiden has in front of him. Okay. You've been accused of this. You've been accused of that. Your license was revoked here. Right. And SF has already anticipated that. You don't think he's anticipated that? He said, yeah. Well, that's because of some lame excuse. But here, look at this shiny new thing that nobody's seen before. Ooh,
Again, SF going on the Lore Lodge doesn't really, at the core of it, have anything to do with Sebastian being missing. So if we're talking about two separate things, Sebastian being missing and his disappearance is completely separate from all of the creators and the fuckery that's going on and the back and forth. Like, those are two separate individual and should be treated as such. Creators and SF, yes, he might be a PI, okay, whatever, but it's still, he is not law enforcement. It's, oh my God, this is so frustrating to hear people do this shit.
everybody, you never saw this piece of evidence, did you? That and this piece of bullshit is going to make the news. Seth should be talking to the Pope or whoever. In Carter, we trust. No, you do not speak for me. I do not trust Detective Carter or the Sumner County Sheriff's Department. They have messed everything up from the start. They have not been answering the phone calls. They have not been following up on tips. They have not been communicated with the public. They have treated Seth like shit for months and months. And
This is why there's a disconnect between you and the team there. You started a petition because you heard all of those things and believed them to be true, and they haven't returned your calls, which I wouldn't return your calls either when people randomly insert themselves in cases or act like they have evidence like you have done. They're probably not going to get return calls because it's a waste of law enforcement resources when it should be dedicated to actually finding the missing child. Anyways, but you had a disconnect with the Green Team because you started a petition. You were actually trying to take action based off of the rumors, and that's why they got on your ass through a intermediate party to have you take down the petition that you started against Sumner County. So, Julie, again, your lanes are getting crossed.
throw you a crumb and we're supposed to go, yay, morsels, lovely little stupid morsels. And by the way, you all have to wait. We can't prosecute them for child abuse because we have to make it all in one case.
Mama Cat, they actually got pissed off about it and had her take it down. She did a whole stream storming and throwing a fit because they were not happy with the petition and wanted her to remove it.
No, you know what that's called? Putting all your eggs in one basket. And then the Proudfoots are going to throw that basket out and point the finger at Katie, and Chris and Kathy and Danny and Terry and Melissa will all walk. The Melissa that Nina's daughter wrote about, the Kathy Nina's daughter wrote about, the Chris Proudfoot Nina's daughter wrote about, the Terry Bauer socks that she remembers with a green and something black bat. That girl remembers that detail, the color of the bat that Terry Bauer socks held up to her mother while she and her brother cried in the car when they had her baby in the house, a nursing mother. That is who we're dealing with. Terry Bauer socks with holding a bat at a nursing mother while they hold her baby inside and her children are terrified, traumatized in a car.
Okay, let me just say this again because we don't know the source of that letter. If that was her experience, kids can be traumatized, absolutely. And I'm not going to discount that. I have no indication that's actually written by, and again, how does it have anything to do with Sebastian being missing? It might not play a role at all, but we're getting caught up in the weeds again. And that's what they're intentionally trying to do.
And who do we got? One guy, Detective Carter.
Hey, MK.
Really? They got a judge to agree to allow them to keep the baby in Sumner County. That phone call in the morning that Chris made, that was a heads up phone call, talking to his friend saying, go along with whatever I got going here right now. And they did. They probably regret it now because the whole case is now screwed up. So they've been doing a game of cover your ass and try to keep the FBI as far away from us as possible because they're corrupt as fuck. Exactly. And they're going to get found out.
Let's look.
The FBI comes in, he's going to see all the messaging between me in the detective's department or the sheriff's department, whatever, someone in the sheriff's department, and Chris Proudfoot. Why are you guys exchanging messages 15 times a day?
The chat's not up.
In the first, 3 months of this case.
Holy
Seth
shit.
should have already had a lawyer. Seth should have a lawyer speaking for him. I know people don't want to hear this. And
Julie, Julie. So he had an attorney that drew up C&Ds for him in the beginning out of Nashville, a family law attorney that drew up 6 C&Ds and sent them out to YouTubers. So he did have some workings with an attorney. And then supposedly he's represented by a company called At Night Media, you know, Nick over there in Hong, who claim that they have an entire team of attorneys and under the umbrella, their legal services that does not include Castor, but they claim includes Castor on press releases, you know, that whole shit and deal. They say that that's representing Seth. Okay. Carry on, Julie.
by the way,
Julie needs to catch up.
Bliss Blessings, who I adore you. Okay. I adore you. She said to me, I want to squash this stuff. All right. With Tony, like, cause you know, he's a great guy and he's awesome. And I know him back from this other case where he did a terrific job and vouched for him and everything. And I said, I believe you. I'm happy because I would like to hear from him and I would like to talk to him. And she says, let me reach out. Guess what? She hasn't called back. Not because she's not calling me back, because he won't speak to me. I've made many overtures. Not that they have to speak to me. They don't have to, but I'm.
Oh, Tony won't speak to her. Because of your petition to law enforcement.
Going to keep speaking about them because this guy is spending his nights going from one YouTube channel to another and saying, in Carter we trust, and feeding little bits of information to certain YouTube creators who are on the good side, good people, doing good things, bringing tons of attention to this case. Absolutely. It's not enough. It's not enough. We need the FBI. Do not be gaslighted. Do not allow yourself to be gaslighted just because they say it's a criminal case. But we need more time because we only have one shot at this. Bullshit. If anybody tells you we got one shot at this, yeah, you have one shot at the case about his disappearance. You have a separate shot. It's 2 separate cases. Even in the Madeline Soto case, they tried those 2 issues separately, right? They had her SA, her S abuse, and then they have the case about her unaliving, right? They did 2 in the Madeline Soto case. That's what they're doing. Separate charges. It's not one charge. It's separate. They're not going to throw the S abuse of
Hey, Phoenix.
Madeline Soto in with her unaliving, right? Why won't they do it? Why don't they just make it? Why don't they make the essay of Madeline Soto just part of her unaliving case? Why not? Because it's 2 different things, and they both deserve to be prosecuted, right?
Okay, again, Julie, you've got to have evidence and proof of these things. Oh, Julie's way ahead of herself here and doesn't quite understand it.
They both deserve to be prosecuted. That girl was essayed for years. For years. She was essayed for years. It deserves its own charges, its own trial, its own punishment. And then if there's something that they know that I know.
Will they use it as a Chasing? Are you still in here? I don't know if Chasing's still in here, or one of my legal more minded that follows trials. Don't they sometimes use those as factors to increase the penalties? Sometimes they mix them together as one and they use it as a factor to enhance charges if they're going for something? I don't know how that will be done, but I think sometimes they use stuff like that to enhance.
No, tell us, because I'm happy to trust in them. I am happy. But I don't think they know anything other than they're being talked to.
DTOS, thank you. Aggravated circumstances. Yes, that's what I was looking for. Yeah, I think it varies from case to case. She's reaching here.
To every day. And, stroking them. It's okay. We're working on.
They got it, Chasing. I was just, Julie's trying to speak about cases and trials and stuff. And I just was asking about, she was saying that the sexual abuse of Madeline Soto will be charged separately from her unaliving. And I said, don't sometimes they use a charge like that to enhance and get more out of one.
On it. We're looking for everything. I spent all my days and the person writes back to them some bullshit. Well, I'm so happy to hear that you are dedicated to finding Sebastian. You're totally dedicated just to this one case.
Can we be done with Julie? Do you guys want to finish this? Can we be done with Julie? We got a couple more things to watch. Lindsay Binsey. Hey, Wolfie. Are you guys okay with moving on for a minute? Okay. Thank you. It doesn't get any better. We see where we're at. We see what's going on here. Okay, let's move along. We are going to do a quick segue really quick because I want you just to be caught up on where the new recent rumors are coming from. So Evil Exists kind of does a good recap. I don't like the channel. Don't take it that way. When I say good recap, you can find the rumors that the rumor mill of the Green Team is running with in short recaps on Evil Exists. So I'm not saying that they're a good channel in that way, but they've shortened all of like the variations of the rumors that are being ran with. This is from a day ago.
Today we heard news that there was another Amber Alert out of Tennessee. Many of us were following the case of Summer Wells at that point. We held on to hope that Sebastian Rogers' case wouldn't go down the same road as Summer's case. However, 10 months later, and there are still no confirmed sightings of Sebastian, and no definite leads, according to authorities. No suspects have been named too. What really happened to Sebastian? No child just vanishes into thin air. How many of you believe that he decided on his own free will to leave his house in the middle of the night, without shoes, his phone or switch? Doesn't sound too probable to me. I believe something else happened to Sebastian, and there are definitely some people that know about it. At Night, Private Intelligence put out another interesting update yesterday.
Oh, anybody that is still running with anything from At Night Media, please seek help. Seriously, that's all I've got to say anymore. Because if you really think that this company is professional with how their behavior is acting and the derangement that we are seeing on X by the people who run this company and the riddles that they have used since September, since they came into this, and nothing that they've said has panned out and their stories have changed. And they are claiming that they are representing parents of missing children while attacking and going at parents of missing children all day, every day without proof or evidence. Please seek help. This is not a professional company, and they should not be involved in any type of anything with missing children or families.
It reads, the ongoing search for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers intensifies as At Night Private Intelligence, in collaboration with partners and collaborators, remains steadfast in its pursuit of uncovering the circumstances surrounding his disappearance on February 25, 2024. At Night is sticking with the 25th February as the day he vanished, even though authorities say that Sebastian was last seen on the 26th February. What do they know that we don't? Because according to Katie, she last saw Sebastian the night of the 25th when he went to bed. At Night states that at this point in the investigation they are pursuing 3 major leads. They have 2 leads indicating that Sebastian survived. Of course, this would be amazing, especially after 10 months of being a missing person. This would be absolutely great. And
so this is going to be really confusing coming up. And last time we checked in on Evil Exists, they had posted another camera footage of a child running in a neighborhood in November of 2023, and we're helping facilitate that narrative that's being ran with by the Green Team also.
Definitely a glimmer of hope. At Night is prioritizing this with the utmost urgency. They also have 1 lead that is suggesting potential harm came to Sebastian. This lead points to the possibility of Sebastian's injury and placement near a property associated with his in-laws. I guess they are talking about the Bowersocks, Chris Proudfoot's parents, who were under intense scrutiny from the beginning too. Each lead is being pursued with
which there's no indication that, once again, from law enforcement, that they have anything to do with anything. They haven't been named anything by law enforcement, nothing.
Unwavering diligence, drawing upon all available resources, intelligence, and expertise. I wish more would be done in this case, and that Sebastian can be found very soon. What do you guys think about the new leads?
I think it's a bunch of bullshit that you're helping throw out there further.
Drop your thoughts down below.
Yeah, I think you're a crock of shit, but I've thought that for a long time. Their views, unfortunately, this channel gets a lot of views too. So here's the next one. Kathy Bauer socks exposed by Nina's older daughter. Where is Sebastian? This is another one that you guys have been hearing about the letters.
Sebastian Rogers case, from speculation to drama to downright lies. It's disgusting, and we are losing sight of the most important thing, finding Sebastian. In any case, it's important to look at the people surrounding the missing child. Many times clues and answers lie there. What I am about to share with you now shocked me to my core. I felt sick.
Chasing, I've heard this channel referred to as female by other creators, but this is a female. I don't know who's behind this channel, but this channel is disgusting to me. They are the true, like, playbook channel. They take any rumors, anything that they can use off of Facebook discussion groups and build it into content and help promote the most egregious, scandalous narratives. It is disgusting. But I've heard people like Crimes, I think it was Crime Stories Obsessed, refer to them as female.
Reading it. Chris Proudfoot's ex-wife and mother of his daughter, Faith, has another daughter. This daughter is now grown up and wants to share her experience with the Bauer socks, in particular Kathy. It is absolutely shocking, and I can't imagine how traumatizing this situation was. Her post is quite long and detailed, with a picture shown at the end to prove that it's her. It reads, "Hi Kathy. It's me, the little girl you thought was going to be little forever. Well, now I'm older and have a voice that needs to be heard, and it will be heard in court one day. You want proof? I am the proof. I've been glancing at a lot of hate comments about my mother, and I don't get involved. But my voice needs to be heard. My mother is not sitting here playing the victim card like you making it seem. But she is probably more concerned about Sebastian's disappearance than you are. By the way, about the whole proof thing, the proof you wanting is right here. I remember everything like it was yesterday. A couple days before I got sick, you came and picked up my little sister to watch her. I remember being sick in the hospital bed and your daughter was sitting with me while my mother went to..."
Again, just so everybody is clear, like, we don't know who actually wrote this or anything truly. So this situation could be something that she remembers parts of, or it might not be. We have no indication. None of us were there. And at the end of the day, this has absolutely and shouldn't be used as anything in Sebastian's disappearance. It's all just distraction to paint a narrative and a further hate campaign against the grandparents of Sebastian or Chris's parents.
"To get clothes because I had to stay in the hospital. You were on the call with your daughter, and you told me you loved me and hope I get better, but this whole time you knew what you and your family were plotting on doing to our family, destroying us, giving us trauma that we have to live with for the rest of our lives. I remember when I got out of the hospital, I was making food for me and my brother, then we have a knock on the door. It was a lady with paperwork, and all I heard was my mom crying. I ran out of my room and she was sitting on the floor, crying. Me and my brother were trying to comfort her. Then we got in the car and went to your house. Your husband cracked open the door and..."
That's really interesting because Music City Mom, I just remember the source of some fabricated information that was being used in Marvan's story from South Africa. That's interesting.
Was yelling at my mom. My mom was crying and very frantic because she wanted her daughter back. Then I remember seeing a green and black baseball bat being held up to my mom. Me and my brother were just screaming because we didn't want to see my mom get hurt. For the next couple of days, my mom wasn't herself. She was so depressed. I didn't know what was going on until I overheard the conversations she was having with my grandparents that were in New Mexico. Then I finally realized I might not ever see my baby sister again. I fell behind in school because I was so worried. You and your family had people come talk to me and pull me out of class, interrupting my learning time, just so that you guys could make it look like my mother was a bad person, but she's not. You wanted me to lie about my mother just so you guys can gain custody of my sister. I hated being called up to the office because I knew what that meant. I would have to spend hours in there talking to these people, and then comes the trial. I remember being out in the hallways of the courts, waiting to testify. But I never got the chance to testify because my mom won the trial. I looked at my grandma because my grandma was another witness waiting to testify. I remember going back to the apartment complex we lived at, packed all our stuff and getting ready to go to the sheriff's office.
At the end of the day, I will just say this. If this is the daughter, like, she's had some significant trauma and unfortunately she had a very chaotic, if this is her memories, like I'm not going to try to devalue if this is, I just don't know who this is writing this or if this is real or anything. Like, unfortunately, kids get caught up in a lot of nasty custody battles, a lot of nasty custody divorces, custody battles, and it really fucks with a lot of kids. Coming from the kid of divorced parents, that my parents' divorce was nasty. Like, there's a lot of trauma that a lot of people can remember. So
It was nighttime when we arrived. I seen lots of your family members there. My mom gets out of the truck, wanting my sister, and then you guys gave her a hard time. I was scared sitting in the back seat listening to all the chaos. Then your son Christopher grabbed my mom's purse and dumped it all over the driver's seat, trying to find a key, and his sister Melissa recording, and I won't ever forget the words she said. Just put the truck in reverse and run her over. I was so scared that my mom was going to get run over. I remember my mom grabbed my and my little sister and ran to the sheriff department doors. They let us in a back room, and we sat there for a long time. When we got in the freeway, and I looked behind us, I saw Christopher's dad and stepmom's car following us. I was so scared.
if you remember, just a few days ago, Betty started bringing the Nina story back out again. So again, just take caution with what you're hearing these stories built into. And at the end of the day, does this have anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance? No, this is back and forth family trauma that's being played out on the internet if it's real.
The post then goes on to say, "Do you remember this picture? It was my birthday. I got to see my sister for an hour at the park. You guys were watching us like a hawk, and I remember crying because all I wanted was my sister and my family to be happy again."
Sorry, nope, I'm done. I'm not showing the picture. Sorry about that. It even flashed on your screen. So, if they're still in a custody battle, I don't know how that's going to help, honestly. We've gotten so far out of touch with what's reality in Sebastian's case versus all of the other shit. Okay, last place we're going, back to Betty. All right. Oh, let's since Revival asked for this because she wanted to laugh, we'll do this before Betty. Just because the way this just laid together was perfection, I will say. This is BJ. This is the wonderful.
I don't even know what to say to you. I'm sorry.
This is the wonderful rant that BJ had on me that we always laugh about.
Anything I can help you with, I'll gladly do it. I have nothing to hide or, shit. Do what you need to do.
Or you could pull the BJ and just use it for content.
Nonsense. You can keep your threats. Seriously. I have every right to speak and defend myself just like the next person.
Noted. I will keep the invisible, non-existent threats.
Mallory, shame on you for lying on me. Shame on you for lying on me. Seriously. One of these days,
Mal came out in the beginning of August and told her story, and BJ has yet to poke one hole in it. Carry on.
What's in darkness always comes to light. And one of these days, the truth's going to come out.
Or you could just show receipts and prove that she's lying.
And to be perfectly honest with you, after she's went on her on a panel and incited hate on me to the degree that she did about things that never even happened, I don't want anything to do with her. I can't trust her. She's a compulsive liar.
And we are just to believe you on that?
If something bad happens to me over that, Mallory, I hope you can live with yourself. You got people saying that my privacy doesn't deserve to be protected over things that I never did. I've never looked any of these people up, and I never had anybody look other people up.
So much manipulation. And here's a couple of reminders of who BJ is.
No, you big-nosed ugly bitch. You dumb twit. You are a nosy, good-for-nothing, sleazy trash bag Karen. That's what you are. A middle-aged Karen. Oh, really?
Really, bitch? You're passionate about going live and dragging people for filth and inciting all kinds of hate and real life shit against them? Because maybe you won't do it, but hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't put nothing past you. You're a fraud, and you're as fraudulent as they come. I don't put shit past you. So I'm not even gonna say that you wouldn't do some foul real life shit like that on your own. I believe you would with a quickness. You're cheap, freaking fraudulent, petty Betty Karen trash bag. Oh my God, I can't. People like you, because of trash bags like you that sit there with your ear to the speaker, just looking for anything that you can to twist. You simple bitch. That's what you are. Nonsense. You're a simple bitch. You're a simple bitch. That's what you are. You're a fraud.
Well, once again, thank you all for watching another nonsensical review. Yeah, or maybe Revival. I should just clip that and play it at the end of everything and be like, it's really simple. I'm a simple bitch. Truly, it's not that hard to get what we're talking about. It's really not that hard to be. She did chasing. She let me know all about myself. So I think it was like a couple days later, I came on in my hero cape, aka a black trash bag. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that we get a lot of good laughs out of that. Thank you, BJ. That was probably one of your finer moments on the internet. I will say that to me was impressive. That's probably one of your more impressive rants. So that's right here is up there with the national anthem. When I say that we get joy out of this stuff, we really do. We actually really enjoy the rage streams and calling me all the names. Like, yeah, we break out our tissues and we all have a good cry about how offended we are. And then we go back to business. Okay, speaking of back to business, here's Betty. Here's Betty. So I backed it up a little bit, but you're going to hear some of the crazy shit she's saying. This is, again, today, just today. This was started when I went live.
Thing is all this is way more developed at this point because this was a year ago.
So look, I mean, this is all over here. I mean, this could be where somebody parked. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying, I think we might be looking at this wrong. With this new information, we have now been.
Betty, come back to us, Betty. Wait, did she pause? Did I freeze? Are you guys still with me? Hold on. Did she freeze? Let me reshare it. Okay. She's just frozen. Okay, we're good. I was just making sure. This is the best look, though. This is honestly probably the best I've ever heard Betty sound. This right here should be her going forward in 2025. Betty, right here, you found it. You found it. The best way to get through to anybody right here. Silence. Silence. Oh, that's right. Hartley, that's right. I forget it froze right before. I forgot I forgot. Somebody told me, because I had checked out to come live, and somebody texted me and said, you're not going to believe this shit. And I forgot they said her internet went out right before she makes this allegation of the jammer. That's right. Okay, so this happens, and then she makes that's right. Sorry, I forgot to even go back and read it. So her internet freezes up, and then she's going to come back and tell you what happened. And let me tell you, paranoia is fucking real. Like, the paranoia is fucking real. I mean, maybe it's the CIA watching her. I wonder if there's going to be black SUVs out there. I wonder if the postal inspectors are going to show up like they did at the tacos. Who puts themselves, look at this thumbnail of hers, though, or the back screen of hers. The creators and the dramatics Tracy, did you ever do the dramatic like looks and stuff and put yourself in the thumbnails? Any of you guys that are creators in here? Hartley, have you? No, you haven't done. Hartley's video clips just kill me. Hartley is the best clip in the voiceover.
Hi guys, I don't know what is going on here. Like the whole system just went down. Hold on, I'm getting back in now. That's
Tracy, and I just can't even imagine you doing. It blew me away that you used to do makeup. Like when people do the dramatic looks and then next to people, I'm always like, what the fuck? What is that? I can't get that. I put a picture of myself on them and I'm like, yeah, that's weird, but I go with it sometimes.
some craziness.
Sophia, thank you for being a member for 3 months. Look at her. Look at that freeze.
That was like freaking odd as hell. I don't know what happened. Yeah, my whole system, it wouldn't, it was showing it wasn't working. I don't know. Wi-Fi, no. I don't think it was Wi-Fi. I don't think it was Wi-Fi at all. I think somebody drove by here. That's what I think. But trying to kick myself out. I don't know why it's doing that.
You think somebody drove by there? No. Somebody drove down your street? Did they hit like the power box?
Either way, probably was. We have, but you know what? That's the way it is. Whenever you bring truth to power, right? They try to find a way to stop it. But I mean, they can only do so much because the neighbors out here, they're tired of their shit.
Wait, what? When you try to bring truth to power, the neighbors out here are sick of it. Betty, are you peeping out the blinds?
I can tell you that if somebody comes around here, they've got a lot of problems. They say that that my neighbors don't like me. That couldn't be further from the truth. Remember, I feed them.
Okay, in my opinion, poisoning them.
Everybody loves me.
Oh.
KP time to go to Sebastian. What time are we? So we've got like 19 minutes before the deceptive detective comes on. He is airing.
Deceptive detective. No shit, she did not. She calls him the deceptive detective. Yeah, I mean, he is deceptive. We don't even know if he's actually an attorney. He's deceptive. I mean, you got that right. What the fuck, dear?
A premiere. I'm interested in it. You guys know I hold the deceptive detective in high regard. And I did.
You hold him in such high regard that you can't even get his fucking name right. Sophia, thank you for the gifted membership. What the fuck is this? Deception detective, Betty. Not the deceptive. Oh God.
See that? I just wanted to come here and tell you guys the breaking news. This was a tidbit of information that was absolutely needed, without a doubt. It probably was, VA. It probably was. Because, I mean, it went down. It was just like that. But by the time I realized what was going on, because I had pulled it up on my phone, I'm like,
that's it. From now on, every fucking time my internet goes out when we're live, or, I have 50 tabs open and it boots me, you know how that always happens to us. I'm blaming it on people are watching me. That's it. Somebody's out there again. They just jammed my internet.
Like my phone, I mean, they're on 2 separate networks. So it's either a glitch with StreamYard or something happened to the internet. So I'll figure that out. I'll be calling somebody here shortly. No, they can't. So also,
like your internet service provider, to find out why you had an outage. And why don't you have a hotspot on your phone that it just automatically reroutes to? I mean, there's that.
So I want you guys to look into this. I really do. Because why would this unscrupulous PI literally block the side of the car? If not to conceal that. Now, if you're trying to say it's this 330, my dad is an ID. What's that mean? They were talking about syphilis. We already have chlamydia, guys. So we don't need more. We don't need more, right?
Why are you announcing to the public that you have the clap? Ma'am, at one point in time in history, that was frowned upon to acknowledge publicly. I mean, I guess warning your potential future partners, go for you, good for you. But you're doing that. Why, Betty?
My internet was down. I missed the news. Aw. Right? I can't cook. I can't cook. So long story short, guys, go back and check this out. But you got to think to yourself, why would an unscrupulous PI be blocking out the side of the car if he's trying to get you guys to compare from one vehicle to the other? Because that
Trust and believe, I know exactly who she's referencing with the chlamydia, but that's not what she said. She took ownership of that. I'm letting her have that. Okay.
darker vehicle, how could you what identifying marks, especially on the red car? All they crossed out was the license plate.
And she can't sue me for that shit because let me back that up. Hold on. Let me back that up. She said that shit with her full chest.
If not for to conceal that. Now, if you're trying to say it's this 330, my dad is an ID. What's that mean? They were talking about syphilis. We already have chlamydia, guys. So we don't need more. We don't need more, right? My internet was down. I missed the news. Aw.
We already have chlamydia, guys. We don't need more. Again, you can't sue me for things that you said and I just repeated. I repeated it just after. Yeah, I'm sorry. You took ownership of that. Don't sue me. Call me, bitch.
Right? I can't cook. I can't cook. So long story short, guys, go back and check this out. But you got to think to yourself, why would an unscrupulous PI be blocking out the side of the car if he's trying to get you guys to compare from one vehicle to the other? Because that darker vehicle, how could you, what identifying marks, especially on the red car? All they crossed out was the license plate. I don't think BHB will have to go to trial. I think it's going to be dropped. We're going to be praying, but I have a funny feeling a circuit court judge follows the law. I would hope so. I mean, I don't know. So we'll figure that out. But yes, we are Sebastian's army. And I got clarification. On this.
Hey, Larry.
Syphilis is, so we got chlamydia and syphilis now? Oh, I like that. I like that chaos.
Oh, that clip's going to make its rounds. Oh, fuck, Betty. What? Betty. Oh, Betty's calling card. Sorry, that's getting clipped with every clip channel, you know for a fact. Oh, Betty.
I know it was your devious man that came up with that. Or did you come up with that all by yourself? He blocked it out because it was CP.
She just has, Betty, you have lost it.
You know, I'm telling you, what if you blocked out only identifying information on one, right? But you block out the whole vehicle on the other, doesn't that show you in and of itself how deceptive that person is?
Oh, that's getting clipped everywhere. You know that. That's happening. It's just what's happening.
It's the same. Anyways, I don't want to miss Deceptive Detective. Guys, go over there. I will be over there in about 3 minutes. So I will see each and every one of you over at.
He holds this person in such high regard, but can't fucking say his name. Oh, Betty. Can we go back and hear that again? I want to hear that again. Holy shit. I want to hear about the driving by again. Betty, what are you doing to yourself?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying, I think we might be looking at this wrong with this.
Internet goes out. She's frozen. She comes back. Let's hear this again. This is too good. What the frick is going on? Are you people okay? Yeah, he is absolutely deceptive. But yeah, she's got such high regard. Man, she said all of this today. No. I mean, I mean, shit. Oh, she said it. She said it, not us. Yeah. Things that you don't say on the internet. For 500, Alex. Yeah, Army Vet, we reviewed that in the beginning.
Hi, guys. I don't know what is going on here. Like the whole system just went down. Hold on. I'm getting back in now. That's some crazy.
Damn it. I could have started off this stream. I booted myself off in the first like 1 minute of this stream. I was like, whoop, swiped myself right off the screen. And I was like, oh, ta-da, user error. From now on, I'm going to start making a dramatic story about it. I can roll with this. We can do this. My internet goes down all the time.
Craziness.
Yeah, I'm Autumn. Somebody drove by. They're watching us. I swear.
That was like freaking odd as hell. I don't know what happened. Yeah, my whole system, it was showing it wasn't working. I don't know. I don't know. Wi-Fi, no.
Oh God.
I don't think it was Wi-Fi. I don't think it was Wi-Fi at all.
What is
I think somebody drove by here. That's what I think.
Who are the
trying to kick myself out. I don't know why it's doing that. Either way, probably was. We have, but you know what? That's the way it is. Whenever you bring truth to power, right? They try to find a way to stop it. But I mean, they can only do so much because the neighbors out here, they're tired of their shit. I can tell you that if somebody comes around,
are the neighbors' internets jammed up too?
Around here,
they get caught with their pants down too. I'm sure they fucking love you running around. We wear short shorts.
Got a lot of problems. They say that that my neighbors don't like me. That couldn't be further from the truth. Remember, I feed them.
What do you put in that?
Everybody loves me. KP time to go to Sebastian. What time are we? So we've got like 9.
Sorry to tell you, that's not factually correct. I know some. I have some people that I like that don't like you. I don't like you. I know some people that really don't like you.
19 minutes before the Deceptive Detective comes on, he is airing a premiere. I'm interested in it. You guys know I hold the Deceptive Detective in high regard. And I did see that. I just wanted to.
I can't wait till that's clipped too. I hold the Deceptive Detective in high regard. Yeah. Such high regard, he can't even get his name right. Yeah. Yeah. Hartley's clips are always my favorite. Hartley, do you know how many times people send me things and they're like, is she being mean to you? And I'm like, no, I asked her. The pig roast one, when I specifically asked you to turn me into like a pig roast, people were like thinking that was shade at me. And I was like, that was a special request that I asked her to pig roast me. But sometimes people are like, is she being mean to you? I'm like, oh, Betty. Ugh.
Come here and tell you guys the breaking news.
Is that going to make it into the documents for, oh, Betty, why are you doing this shit to yourself? Wow.
This was a tidbit of information that was absolutely needed, without a doubt. It probably was, VA. It probably was.
Oof.
Because, I mean, it went down. It was just like that. But by the time I realized what was going on, because I had pulled it up on my phone, I'm like, my phone, I mean, they're on 2 separate networks.
Did you yell timber? It's going down. Betty's yelling timber.
So it's either a glitch.
You better move. They're jamming your internet.
With StreamYard, or something happened to the internet.
I mean, you were back in a matter of no time. I think everything's okay, everybody. I think it's okay. I'm not really sure, but I'm pretty sure it's okay.
So I'll figure that out. I'll be calling somebody here shortly. No.
Phone a friend. Nick, is Hong going to help you with your Wi-Fi?
No, they can't. So also.
Oh, let me guess. We have got a setup now because the metadata on the exhibits shows Betty and Nick. So let me guess. somebody has hacked her Wi-Fi and it's not her that had anything to do with the exhibits. Let me guess, that's the next setup. All right, I'm over, Betty. Is there anything else? Let me check my tabs here that I have open. I think we've ran through everything that I wanted to get through. Yep, Betty. Oh, Sweetie Pilo, evil exists. Yep, we're done. We're good. We've made it. We made it almost under 4 hours. Well, right under 4 hours. You guys are champs hanging out with me for that long. You guys are going to get sick of me. The bird has landed. He is safely to his destination. So if they have cute babies while he's there, he'll get us quite a bit of footage so I can upload it. Okay, quick question. Really funny situation. How many of you have seen the cards on TikTok, or just if you're not on TikTok, the cards that were released around Christmas time? They probably have them for multiple occasions, but when you open the cards, they don't shut off. They like sing meow, 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 meow. Have you guys seen that? Chasing it got a little bit better. I'm nervous as hell that he had to go back to work and up in another state, but man's got to work, and he was under the weather for about a month. So it's better. The last couple of days it got a little bit better. He hacked a lot of stuff up, so we'll see this. Okay, so they have these cards. So for Christmas, Kyle ordered a card, and it's got a cat on the front, and it says meow or something, and it's a Christmas card. Well, it didn't come until late. And I'll share, I have a whole video of it. So there is, I know, Chasing. I've been having it. That's why you guys didn't see me yesterday. I was having a whole meltdown about the whole thing and worried sick and all of that stuff. And I'm still worried sick, but I thank God he's at a friend's house, and at least he can go take a break if need be and all that stuff. But man's got to work. When you're self-employed, the bills come and man's got to work. So anyways, but he bought this card, and it says, you open it and there's a tab that you pull and it starts singing. You know the cards that sing? Well, this one goes on and on and on and on for like hours, like up to 4 hours, 3 to 4 hours. It sings meow, 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 over and over and over again. It's the cutest card, but when you go to take the box out of the card, glitter explodes. So yesterday he wanted to go say bye to his parents. So we took the card over to him because like I said, it came late, it came after Christmas. So we took the card over to him. They opened it. His dad was sitting there reading it and thought it was cute as hell until it didn't shut up. And then they were like, what the hell is this? And he's like, and don't open it. Don't try to get it to stop because it'll glitter bomb you. Their cat, the cat that Amethyst rescued from California and brought up here to them, had a field day with that freaking card, and we've got it on video. So I'm going to share a video with you guys later on. The cat freaking freaked out about the card and like attacked the card forever because the meowing, and he started meowing back at it. It's a whole debacle. It was a shit show. But last night at like 10 o'clock at night, Kyle had taken the card and put it in their pantry. Such a shit. He's such a shit. He put it in their pantry, and his mom must have went in the pantry to get something, and she sends a video late last night. The card's still fucking screaming in their pantry. I laughed so hard. I was in tears. But that freaking card goes on and on. But those cats were going crazy. He was trying to hide it under the rug. He was trying to rip it apart. Like, he was pissed off. He could not get that thing to shut up. But we have some of it on video, so I'll share that with you guys. But we were dying. We were laughing so freaking hard over that. Oh, ridiculousness. But all right, you guys, I hope to, I don't know if I'll be back tonight. I might be back tonight, depending on what the kids have going on and if they want to hang out with me or if they have something else more interesting. Chances are they'll probably have shows or friends to talk to, teenagers. I might be back tonight. We've got more, like, I'm so behind on all of the shit shows. We've got Crime Time Buzz. We've got Kevin. We've got Silver's on the Scene. We've got our friend Rich has been doing the most. We've got a couple psychics that I need to touch base on, and I need to get back into the timeline. I also need to read through the full filing in Pennsylvania again. I wanted to redo that because people have forgotten that. Like, there's so many things that I need to do and get done, and I'm just, ugh. Tara says I'm 5 minutes behind. Oh, Pika, you've done great. I'm sure you are exhausted. Kevin is, he's an interesting one, is all I can say. Rainbow, the Mal stream. Oof. Let me go see if I can find it really quick for you. Give me 1 second. I'll do that while I'm live. It's in August. It's got me and Mal on the cover photo. I've been having to go back and find some of my older clips because a lot of videos have been deleted by creators. And I'll remember reviewing something, but God, they're pulling out shit from months and months back. It's frustrating as hell. It's in August, I'm pretty sure. It's like a 6-hour stream. Oh, there it is. And then I did a couple follow-ups after that too. Silence no more. I gotcha. I'm sharing it in the link below, or you'll have it right here. It's coming up. Here you go. There you go. All right, you guys. Let me run through these really quick too, just to make sure, because I missed some. Steph, thank you for being a member for 7 months. Music City Mom again for the gifted memberships. Teresa for being a member. Much endeavors. Mickey, Tara, thank you so much for all being members. Bree, thank you for the support. Never say never. Oh, see, I missed you. Thank you for the support. YouTube Bad Actors, Feisty Nana. Sarah, thank you for becoming a member. Miss Liverbird, thank you for becoming a member. Bree again. True Love has 4 paws. Thank you for the support. Lily Rose, thank you for being a member. Sophia, thank you for being a member and gifting a membership. You guys rock. Thank you guys so much for the support. Really appreciate it. And I hope you guys have a fabulous rest of your evening. And if I see you later, I see you later. If not, I'll see you very soon, probably tomorrow. Have a good night, you all.